Good morning, everyone. Oki, Dadanastada, Ambawastich, and Tansei. Welcome to the regular meeting of Council. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. On the roll, Councillor Wyness. Councillor Carra.
I'm here.
Councillor Chabot.
Here.
Councillor Chu. Here. Councillor Demong.
Here.
Councillor Dhaliwal. Here. Councillor McLean. Here. Councillor Meehan.
Here.
Councillor Penner.
Here.
Councillor Pootmans.
Here.
Councillor Sharp.
Here.
Councillor Spencer. Here. Councillor Walcott.
I'm here.
Councillor Wong.
I'm here.
And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here too.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, we are going to start with the land acknowledgement. Let's go to Councillor Demong.
Thank you, Mayor. The city of Calgary, where the Bow and Elbow rivers meet, was historically a place of confluence, where the sharing of resources, ideas, and opportunities naturally come together. Long before Scottish settlers named it Calgary, the original Indigenous nations of this area had their own names for the land. In the Blackfoot language, it was called Mohkinstsis. The Lethka, Nakota, Wakaspi First Nations refer this place as Wichaspa Oyade, and the people of the Tsuut'ina Nation call it Kutsis. The Métis call the Calgary area Otasquani. We would like to take this opportunity to appreciate and acknowledge that we are gathered on the ancestral and traditional territory of the Blackfoot Confederacy, made up of the Siksika, the Piikani, Amsukapakani, and Kainai First Nations. The Lethka, Nakota, Wikastrabi First Nations comprised of the Chiniki, Bearspaw, and Goodstoney First Nations, and the Tsuut'ina First Nation. The city of Calgary is also homeland to the historic Northwest Métis and the Otopemoiski Métis government, Métis Nation Battle River Territory, Nose Hill Métis District 5, and Elbow Métis District 6. We acknowledge all Indigenous people who have made Calgary their home.
Is Treaty 7 Day, and it marks the 147th anniversary of the making of Treaty 7 between the Crown and the Indigenous peoples of this area. And as we reflect not only on where we are now, but on the past 150 years, we have to confront the difficult truth that the promises of this peace treaty have not yet been honored. The impacts of the residential school systems persist, with Indigenous children overrepresented in foster care, with Indigenous women and girls disproportionately among missing and murdered women in Canada, and many Indigenous peoples, especially on reserves, living in inadequate conditions. In our journey towards righting these wrongs, we must work harder in forging a new path through to truth and reconciliation. Truth requires us to acknowledge the historical and ongoing injustices faced by Indigenous peoples. It demands that we listen to their stories, recognize their pain, and understand the impact of broken promises. Reconciliation calls for concerted efforts to restore trust and to rebuild relationships. Taken together, it means concrete steps to address disparities and ensuring that Indigenous voices are heard and respected in all matters. Acknowledging Treaty 7 Day is about learning our shared history and shaping a future where justice, equity, and respect for Indigenous rights are a priority. As we move forward, let us remember that the journey of truth and reconciliation is a collective one. Today, I challenge you to be a force for good in stopping the legacy of broken promises, injustice, and colonial violence that Indigenous peoples face everywhere. Change demands the involvement of not only people who call this place home, but especially all members of this chamber and all orders of government. Only then will change be fully realized. Gender Equality Week is the next thing we are recognizing. It's observed annually in the fourth week in September, and it's a time to reflect on the importance of achieving equality for all Canadians. Gender equality is a fundamental human right, and its goal is to create a society where everyone, regardless of gender, can achieve their full potential, free from discrimination and bias. Over the past decades, we have seen remarkable progress. Women are breaking barriers in every field, from science to technology to politics and sports. Men are also increasingly embracing roles that were once considered unconventional, such as caregiving and homemaking. These changes benefit individuals and they enrich our society as well as our economy. However, issues like gender-based violence, pay gaps, and underrepresentation in leadership persist. We must continue to challenge stereotypes, advocate for equality promoting policies, and support empowering initiatives. This week, I encourage you to take part in this important conversation and find ways to make a positive impact in your workplaces, your homes, and your communities. Together, we can create a future where every Calgarian can live without fear of discrimination or violence. Now, I am pleased to tell you for the next opening remark, I will be supported by Janice Manchel, who is an American Sign Language interpreter. So if Janice could join me, that would be lovely. All right. We have a few guests with us today as well from the Calgary Association of the Deaf, Connect Society, and Deaf and Hear Alberta. Thank you all so much for joining us. So in case anyone's wondering, on council, this is hello. Feel free to practice it with me. Hello. This is welcome. And this is thank you. Thanks, everybody. September 23rd is International Day of Sign Languages. It's recognized by the United Nations since 2017, and this day celebrates the beauty of sign language and promotes linguistic diversity. There are over 300 sign languages in the world. Sign languages are not just a means of communication, they're a vital part of identity and culture of deaf communities globally. They enable millions of people to express themselves, to connect with others, and participate fully in society. Yet, despite their importance, many sign languages often face marginalization and lack of recognition. It's estimated that there are approximately 357,000 culturally deaf Canadians and about 3.21 million hard of hearing Canadians. These numbers highlight the significant portion of the population that relies on sign languages and other forms of communication support. This year's theme is Sign Up for Sign Language Rights. It emphasizes the importance of legal recognition and protection of sign languages worldwide. The theme encourages everyone to support the linguistic rights of deaf people by promoting the use of sign language in various aspects of life, such as in our chamber today. This includes ensuring access to education, employment, and public services in sign language. By learning and using sign languages, we can all break down barriers, we can foster inclusivity, and we can promote greater understanding. And as we celebrate the community, let's also commit to advocating for the rights of deaf individuals, including access to education, to employment, and public services in sign languages. Whether by learning basic sign language, raising awareness, or supporting deaf-led organizations, we can contribute to a much more inclusive world. If your time permits, on the 23rd of September, I invite you to attend the flag-raising ceremony in the Municipal Plaza, which will take place at noon. And to our guests who are present here today, thank you all for the work that you do in our community to support individuals who rely on sign language. And thank you so much for being here today. With that, we are moving to question period, and I believe Councillor Meehan is first.
That's right. Thank you, Mayor. So while the city has worked with vendors such as Neuron to pilot motorized scooters in certain areas, residents have been noticing a big uptick in the use of privately owned motorized scooters along city pathways and on Calgary Transit. Unlike the pilot's sanctioned scooters, these privately owned motorized scooters are going at very high speeds, don't have lights, and are making Calgarians feel unsafe on our pathways. What is being done by the city to address this issue, and in what ways have we advocated to the government of Alberta to address this in the Traffic Safety Act?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Meehan, and I'm going to invite my colleague, Chief Damien Cole, to answer the question.
Good morning, Council. Thank you for the question, Councillor. Community safety peace officers are monitoring e-scooters across the city, which on pathways have a maximum speed of 20 kph and require lights after dark. If unsafe behaviour is observed, citizens will receive education or enforcement actions. Complaints regarding unsafe or reckless behaviour should be directed to 311 and community peace officers would investigate. The increasing presence of privately owned scooters has caused enforcement challenges. We will explore the issue within our own bylaws with mobility, parks and open spaces and Calgary Police Service. In 2023, Alberta municipalities passed a resolution that was put forward to Calgary to advocate to the Government of Alberta to amend the Traffic Safety Act to accommodate the daily use of e-scooters. The City of Calgary's recommendation was for e-scooters to be treated the same as bicycles on roadways, bike lanes and pathways.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Councillor McLean, please.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is surrounding our land acknowledgement, so I'm not sure if that's someone from administration or intergovernmental affairs or Indigenous Relations Officer, but excuse me. But we've been saying the land acknowledgement for some time. Most recently, it has been changed, which Councillor DeMong just executed it perfectly, I believe. But recently, we've seen the acknowledgement being kind of interpreted differently by different councillors with their own personal slant, which is fine. But even more recently, we've seen it actually prefaced with maybe more of a totally political speech rather than actually anything to do with the land acknowledgement itself. So my question is, would you recommend that we stick to what we've been provided and that we've all gotten used to, or should we be able to do what we want with it?
Thank you very much for the question, Councillor McLean. The land acknowledgement absolutely is something that administration provides guidance working with the members of our Indigenous Relations Office and our wonderful Calgary community's Indigenous members to make sure that we are creating an inclusive land acknowledgement. The most important thing about Truth and Reconciliation is the ability for those of us who are not Indigenous members to really take a moment to reflect on the meaning of what it means to be a member of these lands here in Calgary. And we are encouraged to internalize and understand what that means to us and to share our understanding of that as part of our acknowledgement of our own efforts on the journey toward truth and reconciliation. So that would be my guidance back to members of council for suggestions around interpretation of what the land acknowledgement means to each of us.
I'll just weigh in as well that knowledge keepers and elders have told us all repeatedly that the land acknowledgement must be personal. You should feel it, you should understand why you're providing it, and it is absolutely appropriate to personalize it. So given their advice, I think it's absolutely all right to use the guideline that's been given to us by the Indigenous Relations Office and personalize it as much as possible so you can show your commitment. Let's go to Councillor Penner.
Thanks. I believe either Director McLeod or GM Morgan will be answering this. Kids have been back to school for a couple of weeks now. At the end of June last year, in-street school crosswalk signs have been placed in crosswalks for schools serving kids in kindergarten through grade 6. Residents are noting both their benefits of slowing traffic while also raising concerns about their durability. How are the signs being monitored for the need for repair or replacement?
Thanks very much for the question. Indeed, these crosswalk signs are installed in the center line of a roadway to signal drivers that it is a crosswalk and to slow down. In 2020, the city did run a pilot at 26 elementary schools. And based on that pilot, in 2023, we expanded to all elementary schools in the city and have installed a total of 361 signs. Unfortunately, to date, we've had some issues that we're dealing with. 132 signs have been replaced at 80 locations, so we've had a little bit of issues. The majority of those signs were due to inattentive drivers hitting the signs, and we're able to replace them. We're thankful that it's the signs and not other more vulnerable objects that would be impacted by this. We also have a handful of locations where we have citizens that maybe aren't happy with the signs and they've been vandalized, so we're taking action right away. We do take intake through 311, as well as our district managers are always out in the system looking at where we have issues and maintaining those signs. We are reviewing their placement to make sure that they are safe and we limit the damage and making any changes that we need in order to make sure they're effective.
Thank you very much. We are on to the agenda. Can I get a mover for the agenda, please? Councillor Spencer, thank you. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Sharp, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, are there changes to the agenda?
There are, Mayor Gondek. There's a number of changes for me to walk council through today.
Let's try that one more time. Is
Their
everyone
number.
muted?
They are now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so the first change for council's consideration is at administration's request to add item 12.3.1. This would be an update on the use of recreational vehicles as shelter as an item of confidential urgent business.
Thank you. Can I get a mover for this, please? Councillor Chabot, thank you. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Penner, thank you very much. Is there anyone, oh, hang on. Councillor Chu, is it on this?
Thank you, Worship. So I received an email and eventually I made a call to the administration last night after 6 p.m. at the last minute, 11 hours of this item. And I thought that we're proud of ourselves to being transparent. And that transparency was one of the major goals that council and administration strive for. Since this has been asking as in camera, so I don't want to say too much to break the confidentiality. However, I can tell you that if this to be seen as a good hard story, then why are we going in camera?
Councillor
And
Chu,
I believe that this has to be
if you wish
dealt
to
with.
change it to be a public item, you can do so when the item comes to us, but like right now, we're just adding it.
Exactly. But however, I'm against this. I'm hoping my colleague will also vote no for this item to go in camera, because if we got nothing to hide, why are we going camera?
So we
And
have,
ask question as why, the reason why we have to go in camera.
Councillor Chu, there are probably reasons we have to go into closed session, and I would say until you go into closed session to hear from administration, you will have no idea what they're presenting because this is an urgent item of business. I would encourage you to allow us to go into closed session, figure out what we need to talk about, and then come out into public and do everything we can in public, very much like yesterday.
I disagree, and I think that we have to vote this down right now to make sure that we do this whole thing in public. The public has the right to know. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot.
Yeah, well, I appreciate Councillor Councillor Chu's concerns about the transparency on this matter. There are some personnel matters related to this issue, which is why it needs to be confidential initially. If we want to rise and report and make something more public, I welcome council to do that once we've had the opportunity to discuss this in camera. But there are some very sensitive matters that need to be discussed around this issue. And I would encourage council to at least approve putting it on the agenda so we can have a robust discussion around this, first in camera, and then if council so deems, then go public with it. So at this point, all we're asking is to add it to the agenda so we can have that robust discussion. Encourage council to support this.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. On this item, is there anyone opposed? Councillor Chu is opposed and that is carried. What's next, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor Gondak. The next procedural motion has been prepared as an omnibus motion, and it's simply to arrange a number of items on today's agenda to be set as time specific. So the first request is to set item 12.2.1, which is the collective bargaining update, to be dealt with immediately following item 12.2.2, the Calgary Police Commission update, which is already set on your agenda to be the first item following confirmation of agenda. Next is to set item 9.3.2. This is administration's recommendations for the Green Line wind down costs and consequences to be dealt with following immediately item 12.2.1, which is the collective bargaining update. And thirdly, it's to set item 9.3.1, the Green Line LRT Phase 1 project wind down plan to be dealt with following item 9.3.2, which is administration's recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Madam Clerk. Can I get a mover for this, please? Counselor DeMong, seconded by Counselor Penner. Thank you. I don't see anyone in the queue on this. Is there anyone opposed to this? Seeing and hearing none, that is carried. Counselor Penner, you had something on the agenda.
Yeah, I just have one more procedural motion on the agenda. So we had previously set a time on the agenda for item 9.4.1 for the Ward Boundary Commission report. They were having conversations with CAO Duckworth around the timing so that all of those public members could be here. So I'm going to make a procedural request that we have our afternoon recess begin at 4 o'clock. So that would give us a return time at 4:30, and then we would set item 9.4.1 to be dealt with immediately after, which is the time we've indicated that we would be ready for them. So that is what's before you right now.
Okay, can I get a seconder for this? Counselor Sharp, thank you. Don't see anybody in the queue. Is there anyone opposed to this? Seeing and hearing none, that is carried. Madam Clerk, do you have anything additional for us?
Not a confirmation of agenda, Mayor Gondek. That's it for now.
Okay, so confirmation of the agenda as amended. Anyone opposed? Seeing and hearing none, the agenda is carried. The minutes, can I get a mover for the minutes, please? Counselor Chabot, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm happy to move the minutes, and I was going to ask a question relative to the Business Advisory Committee minutes, but being as they're being dissolved, I assume that the reason that it's here is for council to be able to ratify those minutes. So happy to move the recommendation. Thank you. I saw no errors or omissions, but I stand to be corrected.
No errors or omissions were noted.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder for the minutes, please? Counselor DeMong, thank you very much. We'll put the motion up. Anyone opposed to the minutes as presented? Seeing and hearing none, that is carried. We are on to the consent agenda. Can I get a mover, please? Counselor Sharp, seconded by Counselor Putmans. Madam Clerk, we have a procedural request on the agenda.
That's correct, Mayor Gondek. This was the one that I was just referring to. The procedural request on this one is for a member of council to please pull item 7.1.1, the procedural request to add the confluence as the location for the September 23rd Indigenous Focused Council meeting. For council's awareness, this item was placed on the agenda during our planning stages early on just to be prepared. And since it has been determined that the procedural motion is not required, so it's my request to pull that item so that we can file it when we get to it in the consent agenda items.
Thank you. So it's being moved by Counselor Penner. Can I get a seconder? Counselor DeMong, thank you very much. So, Madam Clerk, are we voting on that change right now, or we're just voting to pull it right now?
We're just voting to pull it right now, and we will deal with it in section 9.
So Counselor Penner is going to pull it. Okay. I see a couple of other people. Counselor Winus?
Can I pull 7.7, please, to make it public?
Counselor, do you just want to vote against it or a debate?
No, I have an alternative to make the report public.
Okay. So 7.1.1 and 7.7 requested to be pulled. Let's go to Counselor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to pull 7.9 to debate, as also there will be a motion arising. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Counselor Chabot.
Just in relation to 7.4, there were some clerical corrections to be made to that report. Is that something that's done administratively?
Councillor Chabot, is that with respect to the note you sent me today?
Yes.
Yes, and just the item number at the top?
Yes.
Yes, because that change will not compromise the integrity of the agenda item. We will do that clerically on our end, and that is simply the place marker in the top right-hand corner. We have it mislabeled as 7.2 instead of 7.4, so we will do that clerically after the meeting.
Thanks. I won't pull it then.
Thank you. And I don't see anybody else on the consent agenda. We had a mover and a seconder already.
That's correct. We have Councillor Sharp and Councillor Putmans.
Perfect. So on the consent agenda as amended, anyone opposed? Seeing and hearing none, that is carried. With that, Madam Clerk, we are going on to our first item. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor Gondek. Item 12.2.2.
So item 12.2.2 requires us to go into closed session. So we're just going to put that motion up. So we'll be going into closed session for two items, 12.2.2 and 12.2.1. We'll be joined by members of the Police Commission and the Police Service. All of that is on the screen before you. Can I get a mover, please? Councillor Winus? Sure. Seconded by Councillor Wong. Thank you. Let's go to e-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Chu, your vote, please. Thank you. Councillor Penner, your vote, please. Thank you. Councillor Chabot, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Meehan, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Condic, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously, so we'll go into closed session and come back and rise and report.
The regular meeting of council will resume in public session shortly. Please make your way back to chamber.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Madam Clerk, could we do a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Chabot.
Here.
Councillor Chu. Councillor Demong. Councillor Dhaliwal. Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Meehan.
Here.
Councillor Penner. Councillor Pootmans.
Here.
Councillor Sharp. Councillor Spencer.
Here.
Councillor Walcott.
I'm here.
Councillor Wong. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Carra.
I'm here.
And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So to rise and report, I believe it was moved by Councillor Sharp, seconded by Councillor Spencer. We'll just wait for that to come up. Is there anyone opposed to rising and reporting? Seeing and hearing none, that is carried. So it was item 12.2.1 that will go, or we'll go to 2 first? Okay. All right, this is being moved by Councillor Wyness, seconded by Councillor Wong. Let's go to e-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Dhaliwal, your vote, please.
Sorry, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Wong, your vote, please. Yes. Thank you. Councillor Chabot, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. Now on to 12.2.1.
That's right.
Okay, this one's being moved by Councillor Wong, seconded by Councillor Wyness. Let's go to e-scribe to vote.
Councillor Wong, your vote, please. Thank you. Councillor Chabot, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor McLean, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. All right, let's get to item 9.3.2. This is administration's recommendations for the Green Line wind down. We've got CAO Duckworth and CFO Mail.
Good morning, Mayor and members of Council. So Council and Calgarians, we're here today to provide you with an update on the Green Line and the plans we have been working on with our partners on the Green Line Board and the executive team to wind down the Green Line Phase 1 program. Before I begin our presentation, I'd just like to ask the clerks to please distribute the materials that we have for today's presentation. So Council's decision on July 30th to fund the Green Line Phase 1 program provided certainty to advance this critical project to support the growing transit needs of Calgarians. However, on September 3rd, we received a letter from the Government of Alberta that unfortunately gave us, that is Council, the Green Line Board and Executive Team, City Administration, no choice but to wind down the project. The September 3rd letter from the Government of Alberta to withhold funding for the Green Line Phase 1 program and review alternative alignment proposals is both disheartening and disappointing. It was not something we expected. And today my heart is heavy, knowing that what we have been working on for the past 10 years will not be proceeding at this time. I want to express my deepest gratitude to the Mayor and Council for their support, for the extensive deliberations that we're about to have today, and for all your advocacy efforts. And to the Green Line Board and the incredible Green Line project team, thank you for your dedication and hard work to provide high-quality transit service to Calgarians. You have poured your collective heart and soul into this project, and although we may not see the fruits of your labor in the way that we had hoped, your contributions have laid a strong foundation for potential future work. I also want to extend my heartfelt thanks to all of the city administration teams who have played a role in supporting the Green Line's city shaping vision. And of course, to Calgarians, I also want to thank you. Thank you for your support throughout this journey. Your feedback, enthusiasm, and belief in our vision for the Green Line has been a source of motivation for all of us. I am truly grateful for your support and engagement. While Phase 1 of the Green Line program will not be proceeding as we know it today, I want to assure Calgarians that we remain committed to our vision and mission of connecting Calgarians from the North Central to the Southeast communities. This is a challenging time for us as an organization and community, but I'm hopeful we'll navigate it and emerge stronger together. Next slide, please. So Council, we have 11, Ms. Mill and I have 11 recommendations that we're asking for your approval from today. I'm not going to go in through them, so clerks, if you can move to slide 5, please, I believe. Ms. Mill will go through the recommendations in a little bit more detail at the end of her presentation. So before I move further, I just wanted to remind everyone of Council's previous direction on this matter. It's shown on the screen before you. This direction was given to administration on September 4th during a special meeting of Council that was called after we received the letter from the Government of Alberta. Today's presentation and discussion are in response to Council's direction on September 4th. Next slide, please. Our purpose today is to offer you a corporate perspective and provide as much context as possible to help you make informed short and long-term decisions for the future of the Green Line. Providing high-quality transit service that connects Calgarians from the north central communities to the southeast communities has been a long-standing commitment of the city to Calgarians. We remain committed to this. In a moment, I will turn it over to Chief Financial Officer Carla Mail, who will walk you through what City Administration is recommending for the orderly wind down of the Green Line Phase 1 program. Most importantly, Ms. Mail will summarize the risks, the costs and consequences that the city and Calgarians face from winding down the program. Our hope is to ensure that the city is made whole. I just want to remind Council that it's only been 2 short weeks since we've received word from the Government of Alberta of their decision to withhold their funding and review alternative alignment proposals. What we are about to share with you today is based on the latest information available to us. Details and information continue to evolve quickly, and as more information becomes known and made available to us, we will return to Council for further discussion. My executive leadership team is here today as well, along with representatives from the Green Line Board and team, to do our best in answering any questions that you may have at the end of our presentation. Next slide, please. So providing high-quality transit service that connects Calgarians across the city has been a long-standing commitment of the cities. The Green Line was part of this commitment and one that was helping shape our city. The ultimate Green Line vision improves mobility choices for Calgarians, connects Calgarians, especially from the north central and the southeast communities, to key destinations across the city, and positions Calgary as a great place to make a living and a great place to make a life. The idea of the Green Line was first conceived back in the mid-1980s when Council at that time directed city administration to examine the projected growth for South Calgary. The study concluded that a dedicated southeast LRT line would one day be needed. Even before this, as early as 1967, rapid transit was envisioned for the north. Centre Street North has always been one of the busiest bus rapid transit corridors in the city. In the late 1990s and into the early 2000s, the city set into motion a series of functional planning and feasibility studies looking at how the city could provide transit service from the downtown core to Seaton. And in 2011, planning for the Green Line, as we know it today, began. At one of the very first public open houses in 2011 for the Green Line alignment, the city saw more than 2,000 Calgarians excited to explore and provide feedback on the concept of the new LRT line. Still today, 89% of Calgarians who participated in our spring 2024 Pulse survey agree that the Green Line LRT will be an important addition to Calgary's transportation network, and 88% believe the Green Line LRT is important to the future of Calgary. The timeline on the screen is an evolution of the Green Line since its inception back in the mid-1980s. It's important to note that along the journey of the Green Line, you, Council, and previous councils have supported this commitment to Calgarians. Many hours of Calgarians, partners, and experts' time have gone into shaping this project. Our partners at the Government of Alberta and Government of Canada have supported it too. That is until recently when we received the letter from the Government of Alberta stating their decision to withhold funding for the Green Line Phase 1 program while they review alternative alignment proposals. As stated earlier, because of this letter, we have no choice but to wind down the Green Line Phase 1 program. I will now turn things over to Ms. Mail to walk you through our plans and recommendations for an orderly wind down of the Green Line Phase 1 program as directed by you, Council, on September 4th. Ms. Mail, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Administrative Officer Duckworth. Next slide, please. Administration is currently working towards understanding the full impact of the Government of Alberta announcement from the letter dated September 3rd. And it has been only a few short weeks. And we are looking to gain clarity so that many significant decisions and actions ahead of us can be made for the benefit of Calgarians going forward. This will require continued dialogue with the Government of Alberta's administrative level before we can understand the future vision of the project and the city's role going forward. While more remains unknown than known at this time, we need to make a few assumptions at this early stage. There are 6 key assumptions that are being made in our report. The first is that our city really needs a transit facility providing north to south connection, and that remains a priority for this government and for the Government of Alberta. Second, we expect that the city be made whole for all costs to date and future costs, including direct or indirect and consequential costs as a result of this project no longer being able to proceed as approved by Council. Third, that the $1.3 billion in work that has been completed to date for the Green Line program, which represents a lot of hard work, dedication, and wisdom from many staff and supplier partners, this will still provide value in shaping the future and the vision for the city. Fourth, the main financial risk mitigation strategy is to wind down the current project. Without support and funding from the Government of Alberta, the project as it stands is no longer viable. Fifth, that funds already committed by Council for the Green Line will be required to support the orderly wind down of the project and remain in place until full wind down and cost coverage from the province is known and completed. And finally, that administration will provide updates to Council when issues and amounts in this report will change as the project evolves. Next slide, please. There is no doubt that winding down the Green Line program will have an impact on the city in more ways than one, and in ways we just cannot anticipate right now. One of the most significant impacts will be on city employees and contractors. There is a very real human emotional toll that this abrupt change has had for those working on this project and for this city more broadly. As you know, Calgary is facing a critical need for housing and affordability, especially with its rapid population growth. Over 69,000 new Calgarians moved to Calgary last year, which is more than the entire population of Medicine Hat. During yesterday's Service Plans and Budgets conversation, Council heard and discussed the significant impact that the growth in the number of Calgarians is having on the need for services. We are proud that our city remains very attractive and as a destination of choice, but we need to meet the expectations and needs of those Calgarians as well. The Green Line Phase 1 alignment helped address some of those needs by supporting housing and ensuring businesses and public spaces are within walking distance of transit stations. Phase 1 of the Green Line LRT was expected to have a ridership of 32,000 on opening day, cutting greenhouse gases by 15,000 tons every year, and by connecting 162,000 Calgarians to jobs within walking distance to stations. Light rail transit is energy efficient, and at its full capacity, it is 58 times more energy efficient than driving a car. Better transit service and complete communities also attract more riders, reducing the environmental impacts of city travel and supporting healthy growth. The uncertainty now of Green Line's future makes the benefits of the project happen longer into the future. It is riskier for potential suppliers and economic partners for Calgary, in addition to the increased cost of future projects. To mitigate risk, rebuilding trust through action is critical. Calgarians still need transit services, and the future of that is not currently known. The Government of Alberta's proposed alignment must be integrated into the city's infrastructure, which might require significant revisions to the transit service and other infrastructure. These changes to projects already on our books now and into the future could range from minor to major construction projects that might require additional planning, design, and funding. Recommendation 3 of this report directs its city administration to work with the Government of Alberta to ensure that the city is financially kept whole for both direct and indirect costs spent to date and in the future. This means both infrastructure and service delivery costs to ensure the city is made whole. While there are many implications of winding down this project today, without a complete knowledge of the Government of Alberta's future plans at this time, we are not sure how each of these factors might be impacted without complete certainty. Next slide, please. Since Council's direction on September 4th, administration began analyzing the potential risks and impacts of winding down the Green Line LRT project. Today, as mentioned by CAO Duckworth, we're providing a corporate perspective of that impact seen on this slide, with a notation that additional information continues to evolve rapidly, and that any material changes in the Council direction needed will be brought forward by administration. While we have completed an initial risk analysis of the potential risks and their impact, it is critical for Council to recognize the specific challenges and uncertainties associated with project wind down. Winding down the project will create a domino effect, impacting various facets of our city's planning and building consideration, operations, and future. There are substantial impacts to our principal corporate risks listed here. However, at this time, the 2 risks worth highlighting today are financial and legal. Financially, when we've invested so much money, we face potential losses or have contractual liabilities. It affects our budget, stability, and future funding opportunities. If we're unable to recover these costs or be made whole, it could significantly impact our financial statements. It could lead to costs being written off and result in a deficit in the financial statements, and interim cash flow deficits that would impact cash flow in the short term if we can't receive support from the Government of Alberta quickly. Legally, we must navigate complex agreements to avoid breaches and penalties, while the decision itself casts a shadow over our reputation. Furthermore, it's important to highlight that winding down the project is likely to influence the pace of economic development and housing options along the planned route until we know what the next steps are. While the challenges are immense, we're committed to managing these risks and supporting Calgarians throughout. Next up, slide, please. This is administration's approach for an orderly wind down. It's fairly high-level plan at this time, and it will evolve quickly. Our main guiding principle is that the work will be done with dignity and respect, in an orderly, ethical, and fair manner, and as expeditiously as possible. Many matters will need to remain confidential due to commercial sensitivities, personnel matters, and legal advice. Changes to the Green Line Board bylaw will provide the authority for the board to ensure the complete wind down of the project, and then the internal transfer of technical and non-technical components to city administration. In the event significant events occur and additional information is known and we need additional council direction, we will return, and for sure, we will have a status update in January 2025. Next slide, please. The Green Line LRT project has stopped incurring costs associated with advancing the current alignment unless unavoidable. The total costs incurred as of August 31st is just over $1.3 billion. There is also approximately $300 million in committed costs. We have begun to understand the types of costs, commitments, and contingencies that will be incurred, and more will be clarified over the next number of weeks. An indicative estimate of the wind-down costs at this early stage is hundreds of millions of dollars. We'll hear from the Green Line board just more in a minute about this. More work and time is fully needed to understand the full picture. In the ordinary course of wind-down, various loss claims and lawsuits may be brought against the city. City administration believes that the settlement of these actions may result in material liabilities. Final accounting for all outstanding transactions will happen in the years to come and will be recorded as appropriate in the consolidated financial statements and reported according to the recommendations of this report. Next slide, please. Earlier this July, I noted that the Green Line project represented the city's largest infrastructure project, financial commitment, and associated debt financing program for a single project in the city's history. And on July 30th, 2024, the city secured an additional $705 million for the city's contribution and gained council's approval for building the core phase of the Green Line LRT. This certainly was a significant achievement. We are here a few weeks later without the support and funding for the project approved by council, meaning the project is no longer possible. Despite the uncertainty surrounding the future of the Green Line, it's crucial to proactively understand financial impacts of this decision and develop some next steps. The financial considerations and next steps in this report are made in the context of their impact on the corporation's financial position. This holistic approach to financial decision-making is consistent with the approved financial strategy principles for the Green Line and in accordance with municipal fiscal policy and treasury management best practices. Notable and indicative next steps include, but are not limited to, maintaining funding commitments from all partners, endeavoring to make sure that the city is made whole for both direct and indirect costs spent to date and in the future, to rescind updates on prospective funding and financing for this project, and to evaluate options to address anticipated shortfalls in funding. Right now, our analysis suggests that the city will require interim sources of about $300 million to finance the timing difference of when funding is needed to wind down the project compared to when the majority of the city funding is received between 2026 and 2044. The preliminary sources of funding will consist of using the existing Green Line Fund per the recommendations of this report. However, in the event the city cannot transfer financial costs in a timely way, other reserves and increasing our short-term borrowing program will need to be utilized. Our commitment to council is to prioritize the most cost-effective cash sources. But this strategy is not without financial risk to our financial operations. It may reduce the future interest income generated from these cash sources for Green Line that would have been invested as part of the city's investment program. We will need to continue to assess, and administration will return to council if further direction is required. Next slide, please. Oh, if we could just go one back. Thank you. So these are our recommendations, and as CEO Duckworth mentioned, I will walk through. It's hard to see it in black and white as the first recommendation, but there are many, many thank yous to Calgarians, to our partners, the Green Line Board, the Green Line Executive, and City Administration. It has been many years of very hard work by many people. We are secondly asking you to receive this for the corporate record, and attachments 3 and 4 will remain confidential. The third one, and I mentioned it throughout the presentation, we will work with the Government of Alberta's administration to make sure that the city is made whole, considering this project is no longer viable. We will use the existing Green Line funding that you have approved, Council, and you saw yesterday in the service plans and budgets to fund the wind-down costs. The City of Calgary does have obligations in the name of the city that we have to wind down according to our guiding principles of dignity and respect and in an ethical and fair manner, and we will use those funds in that way. Next slide, please. So we are asking that you authorize the Green Line Board and City Administration. The Green Line Board report is next on the agenda, and you will hear the specific plans in that. So there are 2 reports with actions, the next one and this one. We are asking 3 readings to the proposed bylaw change. The bylaw is the Green Line Board bylaw, and they need the authority to take action on the next steps. We will provide updates at a minimum as part of our twice annually reporting on both principal corporate risks and in our progress update. It's just a natural place to place something of this significance. Next slide, please. We will directly come to Executive Committee with a status update in January 2025 or earlier if there is a material update or proposed change. The next one, number 9, is about the borrowing bylaws with respect to the first reading that was just had on September 17th. We would ask that you reconsider the first reading, rescind the first reading, and abandon that bylaw. Attachment 7 has a number of pieces of outstanding council direction. We are asking that council ask administration to stop work on those and declare all of those to be redundant. And then lastly, in any confidential discussions as well as confidential attachments 3 and 4 remain confidential. And then the next slide is questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have people in the queue for questions, but let me just make sure that procedurally we're all understanding what's happening. We're going to ask questions of administration on this item. I'm going to recess the item to the call of the chair, and we will go on to the presentation from the Green Line Board. We can ask questions. I will recess that item. We will move to go into closed session because I believe administration as well as the Green Line Board have confidential information that they need to share with us. When we are done that confidential session that covers both items, we will come back and resume in public. So there's a few different steps that we have to take today, but I'm going to go into the queue, starting with Councillor McLean.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I didn't know I was first, but that's good. I'll actually go with recommendation number 1 and thank everyone who's put in so much time, so much effort for all these years. I think we all don't want to kill or wind anything up. We want to see some transit options better if it's possible. So my question first, number 1, would be, because we're talking about the province here, when did they request to be included in the Green Line Board? Remember that was, do you remember when that was?
I am likely not the right person to ask that question.
Maybe a question for the board, I'm not sure.
We can just skip by. It doesn't have to be an exact date. I think it was some time ago. So my question is that when a project like this requires so much provincial funding, why would we not have been proactive in requesting them, the province or the government of Alberta, to be part of this project or part of the board to begin with, or at least accept their request to be on the board?
Go ahead, Mr. Thompson.
Thanks for the question, Councillor McLean. When the board was established, we used an external firm to help select board members, do an extensive recruitment and onboarding, and we reviewed all of that with the province, and they approved of the board members that we selected.
Okay, so when we say we have no choice to wind down the Green Line, from my understanding, the government of Alberta has not said that's what they want, but why do we say that we have no choice when the directive from the government of Alberta, like I said, is contrary.
Councillor McLean, I recommend that you ask that question to the Green Line Board. And I know Mr. Batty, the CEO, will be there, but any pause in the middle of negotiating contracts and doing design work, there's so much risk and uncertainty. The city cannot bear that because we've been told back in June, or I think it was May, that there were no additional dollars for the Green Line coming forward. So with all that risk and uncertainty, a pause is just untenable. And we can't pause our work. We've been working for so many years on it that a pause literally caused contracts to be broken potentially. There's labor issues, there's design issues. It's just not tenable. And so that would be probably better answered by Mr. Batty, the CEO.
Okay, so but there is some history here over the last 10 years where the scope has changed, costs have escalated, we've shortened it quite a bit, and every time that's happened, there have been pauses. We never said it was dead then, or we said it was this person's fault or so-and-so. So is the Green Line dead? You know, we've had these changes before, or we've had pauses.
Today, pausing where we're currently at today is very different. And again, I would encourage you to ask that question to Mr. Batty and the Green Line Board. They are better equipped to answer that question. Mr. Thompson, I'm not sure if you have anything to add.
Yeah, I would just add, Councillor McLean, in the past when we had paused the project, we were in more of a, well, actually we were in a procurement phase back then as well. We incurred extensive costs from a design and engineering to stop and have to restart that. That's in 2020, 2021 when we did the extensive review with the province to evaluate different options to getting into the downtown. We looked at the different cost benefit ratios compared to all of those options. And we would incur significant costs, and I think you'll hear from the Green Line executive team that exact same thing. We are well into construction on the project right now, and without the support of all funding partners, the ability to move forward is extremely difficult.
Yes, we've mentioned all the costs that we've already spent, and in the recommendations, we're asked to request or tell the province to make us whole. Do we have that ability? Can we say, make us whole, or do we go to the courts? Would we sue them? I mean, what's that look like?
So it's early days right now. It is a substantial amount of costs that we have incurred for contracts, many different kinds. It is the city themselves that is obligated to take care of those contracts. And so we are asking that we be made whole. I don't believe, and maybe I look at City Solicitor Flown, I don't believe we can compel, but we are just asking the city be made whole as a result.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of what I figured. I just don't see what's the rush. We're going to really rush to wind this down or hand costs over. I'm not sure, is there a reason why we should be afraid of dealing with the province or handing everything over to them or working with them? Is there something that we don't want them to participate in or review?
I will start, maybe I'll ask Mr. Thompson. We are, and the Green Line team, myself included, we've been in regular conversations with the government of Alberta throughout this project. I was probably involved personally with 4 to 6 of them over the last several months or last 6 months. So there's been a lot of discussions and work with our funding partners. But Mr. Thompson, is there anything further you'd like to add?
Yeah, I'll just start off and say, with respect to the material change that happened on September 3rd, when we got a different direction from the province, we can't move forward with the previously approved project. We're waiting to understand what the province would like to do. And we're here when we know what they would like to do.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, we're all kind of waiting on that, which I think is prudent. I'll save some of my other questions later, but again, I think we're all on the same page. We all want to save the Green Line. We don't want to kill it, but again, that's for debate. Thank you very much.
Councillor Wong, please. Actually, hold on. Councillor Sharp, you had a procedural question?
I do. The reason I'm asking is because they are 2 separate reports. And we're going to recess after hearing this one or questions of this one. Councillor McLean and I have an alternate recommendation that would be more appropriate for the administration report, not the Green Line Board report. So how are you going to manage that? Are we going to come back and then we're going to go into debate and move an alternate recommendation? Maybe we can get the clerk to weigh in, because the alternate recommendation is actually contrary to the recommendations put forward by administration. So I need to bring it that way.
So I'll start, and then Ms. Martin can weigh in. We will finish our questions, recess this item. We'll have the other item, we'll finish the questions, and we'll recess it. We will go into closed, get the briefings that we need to get from both of the teams, ask any questions. We can also clarify in closed session if any of the questions or information can be made public. We will then come back out here. I'll ask again on this item if there are any questions of administration. If there aren't any, we will go into seeking a mover. At that point, you can move an alternative recommendation. Madam Clerk, is that correct?
Absolutely correct, Mayor.
Okay.
Some clarification because they're two separate reports. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a procedure question. Asking a question now, recessing, coming back, given the information we have in close, are we allowed to ask a question again, given I'm asking now and would like to maybe do it later?
Okay, what?
I'm asking my question now, you're going to recess.
Yes.
If during the closed session, coming out of that, I would like to re-enter a question period, could I do that a second time?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Good, thank you. Appreciate that. First off, again, thank you to the administration, to the Green Line Board for being here. Thank you for the report. I just have some clarifying questions. In the report itself, in the highlight section, it makes reference to since 2017, 1.3 billion has been spent, 650 before the approval, 650 after the approval, and then on the next bullet it says another 800 million required to wind down. The jumping into the report itself on the board, it makes reference to another 300 million. Is that 300 million inclusive in this 800 million, yes or no? Because it makes a difference of whether or not the wind down cost is 2.1 or 2.4 billion.
Councillor Wong, are you looking at the report titled Green Line LRT Phase 1 Project Wind Down Plan, or the report named Administration's Recommendations?
In this report, the attachment 1, where it says context Green Line, overall 1.3 has been spent, an additional 300 committed.
I just need to for sure make sure, what's the report number that you're looking at?
This is your report, attachment 1.
So attachment 1 is previous council direction.
What page are you on?
What page?
The first page of attachment 1.
Okay. Yeah, it's just that. I'm sorry, I just don't see the point you're looking at. What we can tell you broadly is the 300 is included.
In the 800.
I just don't see the page that you're looking at, so.
It's included in the 800.
It is included,
So
yeah.
our total wind down cost is 2.1 then?
So I will say at this time, the preliminary estimate of the minimum of what we know the expected costs to be is 2.1. There are many, many different, this will flow over time. And so I just don't want anyone to be under the assumption that we're setting a budget for wind down costs. We are saying what the minimum exposure right now is.
Fine, I just want to clarify. Second question, do we document in your report any salvage value out of this?
So that also needs to be identified. So there are lots of generally accepted accounting principles that talk about whether or not a tangible capital asset has future value and how it will be evaluated and those sorts of things. We have a bit in our report about financial reporting, but we really need to take the next steps on evaluating that. And again, we'll have to engage with our external auditors. There's a lot of work that continues to be, but if there are costs that are deemed no longer have future value for whatever reason, they will need to be written off inside of our financial statements.
Okay. If I could add to that, Councillor Wong, what ends up being a sunk cost versus maybe a tangible asset will largely depend on the alignment option that the province determines as their preference. So there's a lot of unknowns.
Yeah, thank you. We spent money on expropriation in different parts of the alignment, but particularly in the Eau Claire River Run condos and the acquisition of lands in Eau Claire. Would that be considered salvaged?
Again, it's just too early to tell, and there are a lot of commercial sensitivities and legal sensitivities in talking about specifics such early days.
Okay. My final question. Last time we had a direction that the mayor approached the premier for a discussion of one-on-one. Is that public, Mayor?
I've spoken about it publicly.
Can you address it here today for the audience?
Sure. Is it a question to me?
Yes, thank you.
Is that procedurally appropriate, Madam Clerk?
No, it's not, Mayor Gondek. Questions of clarifications from members are to be directed to administration in accordance with the procedure bylaw.
Okay, thank you.
Clerk, given that that was a direction of council, to proceed with that step, and that direction was to the mayor to do that, would it not be appropriate to respond?
Councillor Wong, I can only advise you on what's within procedure bylaw, and I will read this provision for you. Questions of clarification are from members to administration. There's nothing further that I can add to that. The rule is pretty clear.
Perhaps a question to administration on that question.
Councillor Wong, I can offer you something else.
Sure.
I sent a summary to council immediately after the meeting. You can read that out loud if you would like to. I've spoken about it publicly in the media. So if it's something that you want to put out for the public, you certainly can, but it's been distributed to every member of council as well as executive leadership team. It's been shared with the Green Line Board. I've spoken about it publicly.
Fair enough. And I'm going to assume that the public, the audience is aware of it then. The question I have is, in the conversation with the Premier in the province, did we offer to work with them going forward, as opposed to say, we're going to just wind down, period?
Perhaps I can get Mr. Thompson just to maybe discuss a little bit about our current discussions with the government of Alberta.
Again, I think with respect to the current contracts and the approach, as you directed and as we've seen, we have to wind down the current project. We're always here to work with our counterparts in the provincial and federal government, and we'll do so going forward if they reach out and if they'd like to work with us.
Thank you. I guess where I was closing on down is that we've heard yesterday from protesters outside, Green Line is still important, and as far as Ward 7, I will continue to work with the administration and whatever we have a Green Line board and the province to move forward on it, as opposed to winding it down. Thank you.
All right, let's go to Councillor Penner, please.
Thanks. I think the majority of my questions have been answered. I'm just going to ask one question just of clarification, and it's going to be a bit of a yes-no because I know some of the financial information we've kept quiet. The delta between what we've spent versus what we will spend to wind down this project, it's my understanding that that delta is larger than what the province could have contributed to get the line to Shepherd. Is that right? On a yes or no? Or do you not want to answer that?
I believe the answer is yes. Again, that may be a question for when the board and Mr. Batty are here, but I believe the answer is correct. That's yes.
Thanks. I actually don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wyness, please.
Thanks. I just want a bit more clarity on making us whole, and maybe the last one is, it's stated 3 times in the report. Is there any legal precedent in it from our municipality getting made whole when a project of this scale falls apart?
That'd be a question perhaps for Ms. Flowen, unless Ms. Meal, unless you have a response.
So when capital projects are canceled, we have to look at the reasons why. And then we have to look to determine if there is a legal cause of action that can be advanced against various parties. We're in the process of looking at that. And we can talk more about this in close if you like. But this really isn't about legal precedent. This is about our factual situation we find ourselves in.
And I've had other councillors sort of talk about like the wind down costs are immense. And we know past councils have built tunnels under City Hall with no train track to ever go to it. Have we ever, like, and maybe we'll discuss this more, is if we're spending that much money, can we get a train to nowhere so that we can actually add to the track sometime in the future? Like, where is that risk analysis in this when you have contractual obligations where the person is going to be paid regardless of if they do work or not?
Perhaps I could suggest if there are contractual obligations and commitments, we should probably talk about that in closed session.
Yeah, I was going to suggest the same thing. I think that's a closed session discussion with the project team and the board, and then happy to answer any other questions on alignments, et cetera. With respect to options that were reviewed to get into the downtown, I think I mentioned when we met on September the 4th that during the provincial review, we looked at options using the tunnel underneath City Hall that was here as alternative ways to get into the downtown, and had agreed at that time that it was not an effective solution.
No, I'm not even talking about, I'll explain that later. All right, I'll save the rest of my questions for in camera.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Carra, please.
I would say largely asked and answered at this point. I think most of my questions are for the Green Line Board. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Putmans, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. In the letter from Minister Grisham from the Government of Alberta, there was mention of a consulting engineering firm that was going to be engaged. What is the role of that firm from our perspective at the city?
We understand that the province of Alberta is engaging an engineering firm to come up with an alternative alignment that should be done in December. And our role, if they would like to reach out and work with us, like as I've said, we're here to work with all provincial and federal governments as we go forward.
So there are no legal prohibitions or anything like that that would constrain our ability to cooperate with them?
A firm does not work for us. They are engaged by the government of Alberta and not by the city of Calgary.
So I would imagine we would seek an opportunity to work with them if it was available?
We are here and happy to work with other orders of government going forward. We've got an extensive history on this project. We've evaluated literally hundreds of different ways to deliver this, and happy to share that background with anyone who would like to see it.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Thanks. There's some confusion, I think, with the wording of wind down, that this is an elective process by City Council as opposed to the consequence in which we find ourselves. And so I just want you to clarify one more time. We have to wind the project down as a result of losing a funding partner. Is that correct?
If I could say, the City of Calgary cannot afford to not have the government of Alberta's contribution on this project. We were in the middle of contracting with suppliers when the news came out. So the relationships and the stage at which we were in negotiations was a very critical time. So between those two things, what we thought we had a couple of weeks ago and what we have today are two very different things. So some of the directions, such as continuing negotiating with suppliers and signing it's just not possible now. So if I could just share those two things with you.
And if I could just add a little bit further. So the Green Line Board and the team had a mandate, and that was to build the original alignment that was approved by council on a couple occasions. And when there's a requested pause, you need to pause design, you need to pause procurement. It's just not tenable. You can't do it given the stage that we're at. As Ms. Mills just pointed out, the risks are too great for the city to bear that, because several months ago we were told there was no more money available, which means that the city was inheriting all that risk. A recommendation, and quite frankly, it's literally not possible to continue on. So the letter has forced this wind down. We don't have an option.
Okay, and to follow up on that, I think there will be some recommendations from other members of council to try and bridge to the point in which the province would bring back their recommendations and not wind things down, but sort of go into holding pattern. Is that financially possible?
there are parties outside of our control, partners and staff outside of our control. So even to move forward, there are parties we cannot compel to come with us.
Okay. We're in active procurement. And when you don't know what the ultimate alignment's going to be, you have to pause design, you have to pause procurement. The challenges are just too great, and I know the Green Line Board and Mr. Batty would love to probably answer that question.
Yeah, I will ask the board for more information on that. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Thank you. And I guess I go back to what the original direction was from council, which was to provide us with a report on the implications of a wind down. And so to your point, you mentioned that there's external contracts, but are we financially bound to providing ongoing funding to those external entities?
I would turn that to City Solicitor Fawn.
So the city has entered into contracts with third parties, and so it is the city that is obligated to pay. If we get funding from other sources, that's great, but ultimately it's the city's obligation to pay.
For any external contracts that we've entered into for work or for planning, or how, I'm not sure I quite understand exactly what you're saying.
Any contracts that the city has entered into as a party is the city's responsibility.
Regardless of how many funding partners we have, we ultimately bear the responsibility.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Okay. As far as internal or directly, I guess, contracted with the City of Calgary, do we have any idea on what the hold costs would be if we decide to go into a hold pattern with regards to those directly funded by the City of Calgary internally?
I think that's a question for the Green Line team and the Green Line board on what the costs would be, and also just the ability to hold team and contractors on a prolonged basis going forward. There's a trust and confidence in the market and in the team.
And I guess the same thing applies with regards to external, I guess, partners, if you will, that we are actively in negotiations with, procurement, et cetera, et cetera. If we were to ask them to pause, there's a risk that they may not be willing to move forward with us. Is that a possibility, or is there other financial implications associated with that?
Yes, and there's many risks, and that's why prior to the council approval in July, the team sought confirmation letters from other orders of government with the recommendation that would be brought forward from council, so that everyone can ensure funding partners were aligned moving forward.
Okay. In light of the fact that council had asked you for a report specifically on the implications of a wind down, was there any thought given to looking at other options? Because what the minister said, he said he'd be able to come back to us by the end of the year. Did we look at what the possible financial and legal obligations would be to look at going into a hold pattern between now and when the minister comes back with a future plan?
I would speak to alignment options again. Back in 2020 and 2021, we reviewed numerous alignment options with the provincial government, including elevated coming into the downtown, elevated along the Beltline. These were public documents that council saw and were debated in the public, including different configurations. And so we extensively reviewed those options from design and alignment perspective, debated those in public, and then had that second review with the government of Alberta in 2020 and 2021. With respect to wind down process, I think that would be a question for the board when we move into the next report.
Yeah, it's not really what I was looking for.
Councillor Chabot, as soon as we received the letter from the government of Alberta on September 3rd, you're likely going to hear from the board and Mr. Batty. The project was forever changed with the alignment that we were undertaking. As soon as that came out, from consultants to contractors to market confidence to the risks that the city was about to bear, it was so untenable. And you're going to hear that more from the Green Line board and Mr. Batty.
As far as what is likely to occur between now and December when the minister is going to come back to us.
Anytime you pause, particularly in the middle of procurement, as Mr. Thompson pointed out, which was very different back in 2020 when the other pause on review was undertaken, very different when you're in active procurement. And so a pause, like as I mentioned earlier, you're pausing further design work because you don't know what the alignment's going to be. There's very many uncertainties and it's just not tenable, and you're going to hear that from the board. So what were the options? I can tell you, we immediately thought of options. There's really no other option right now.
Okay, thanks. That actually answers my question. No further questions for now, but I'd like the right to reserve the opportunity to ask the Green Line Board some further questions, as Councillor Wong indicated as well.
Absolutely. I have Councillor Thaliwell next in the queue, but I see that Councillor Penner has a procedural question.
Yeah, I am going to test the will of council to suspend the lunch recess to the call of the chair. That will allow us to hear from the Green Line Board and their presentation, to ask questions of the Green Line Board and presentation, and then I think perhaps take our break either after we then come back to this item or just before. So I think we can come to it then, but I think we need to suspend lunch break. I think we need to continue on with this. I respect that clerks need breaks too, but I don't know that taking an hour and 15 minutes right now and sort of letting the swirl of uncertainty that is out there happen, I don't think that's actually good governance either. So I think we need to kind of proceed forward, finish this item, and then we can take a break. So I am putting it out there, so clerks just to suspend the lunch recess to the call of the chair.
Thank you, Councillor Penner. We've just prepared slightly changed wording, is to modify the lunch recess to commence at the call of the chair. Accomplishes the same thing.
It's being seconded by Councillor Meehan. So I'm going to ask a question here. I see more people have entered the queue. Is it on this, Councillor Winus? Go ahead.
Sorry, I spoke to this when we went till 11, almost midnight, because we decided not to go in camera and do our jobs. This council needs to start respecting that clerks are still doing work when we do breaks. We've burnt everybody out in this organization, and that's why we have breaks and meals times for admin to catch up, catch their breath, or on questions we've already asked. There's no point having Green Line Board present now for us to go on break. There's still going to be that pause, plus the times we've already set. This council needs to start working to a schedule and stop pretending we can get work done in 10 or 15 minutes. This has to stop.
Thank you, Councillor Wong. Is it on this?
Yes, it is. This report was delivered to us extremely late last night, and I had a number of family obligations, including a newborn baby, but not mine. But therefore, I haven't had a chance to digest the pages, know the nuances of the pages, and I respectfully ask lunch break to read through this. Thank you.
Go to Councillor Sharp.
I will echo everything Councillor Winus said, but I would just say maybe an hour for lunch, not an hour 15, if that is what's going to be proposed by the chair, because it is at the call of the chair. So, Chair, I'm going to push it back on you, saying what is your intention of lunch for call of the chair?
If this gets approved and it's to the call of the chair and we finish listening to the Green Line team and take a break, I would be willing to entertain whatever it is people wish to do. I think 45 minutes gives people enough time to read through a report if you didn't have a chance last night. I think it also respects the several hundred people who are waiting for us to make a decision on this. So my call would be 45 minutes. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so let's go to eScribe to vote. Oh, wait, over to you to close, Councillor Penner.
Closed.
Okay, eScribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? Let's see what they... That's carried 8-7 with Councillors Winus, Chu, Demong, Wong, Putmans, Sharp, and Chabot voting against. So let's go to Councillor Thaliwell, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a question, and feel free not to answer if it's more of an in-camera thing. I want to get this clarification about wind down. A few years ago, when we had an event center deal, at 11th hour, they came in, they said they're out because they just don't agree with the cost, they don't agree with the scope. In this situation, provinces come in and they're saying basically we're out. if you want to move forward, this scope is not for them. Does it also, can we do interpretation on that from our side, that if a partner is walking away, we have that ability and capacity to say, okay, we're going to wind down because we're not interested in this anymore? I don't know who can answer this.
Maybe I could ask, in my recollection, the sunk costs on the event center to date were about $20 million. So it's a bit different than the $1.3 billion here today. On your second point, I'm not sure if David has.
Just to go back to the event centers, it's apples to oranges. We weren't in procurement. We hadn't finished design work. Very different project. In my 30-plus year career, I haven't experienced anything like this where a funding partner midstream during procurement after an alignment was approved, not just once but twice. Again, at the end of the day, a pause is untenable for this project. We don't know what the future alignment would be. That means we can't continue design work. We can't complete our negotiations and contracts with contractors. To be honest, I don't know if a 1-week delay would have had, I don't think that would have been tenable either, because there was market confidence that was disrupted on September 3rd.
And I just want to add, the number one key assumption that we presented here today was that a high-quality transit facility providing north-south connection in some form and over time is still a priority for the city and for the province.
Yeah, this question is more for the board, but maybe you can answer. If we keep this thing going and somehow, some way, put some political oxygen into it to keep it alive, and but we don't know what is the decision going to be in end of December, because things change on September 3rd. Things can definitely change again on December. How much do you think it will cost Calgarians per day if we keep it alive going and not put a pause, and if the situation change on December, dust it off?
Councillor Dollywall, I know my team and I don't actually have an answer to that. Maybe Mr. Thompson's got a brilliant answer. I see him standing up. So
no, I was just going to say, Councillor Dollywall, that wouldn't be an administration question. That's a discussion, I think, with the board and camera.
Okay.
And then can go from there.
All right. No, that's all for me, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Spencer, please.
Thank you, Mayor. The way I read these recommendations, there's plenty of opportunity should the province have a change of posture in how they want to move forward, have a wide open door in that it's reading that the wind down or a transfer of costs. There's an opportunity to enter into an entirely different conversation that puts this project back on the track. Am I reading that correctly?
we are always available to work with our funding partners and have conversations.
Perfect. No further questions, Mayor.
Thank you very much, and I'm just going to double check to see if there's any other questions. I don't see anybody with any other questions on this item. So, Madam Clerk, could we do the motion to recess this, or do I just need general consent?
Apologies, just struggling with my device. We've prepared a motion just to postpone this item to the call of the chair so that you can bring up item 9.3.1 next. So we would pause at the questions and then return following the next presentation.
And if I can get general consent, we don't need to do a motion?
Correct.
Can I get general consent to what's on the screen before you? Is there anyone opposed to that? Okay, seeing and hearing none, I am postponing this item, and it will come back when we're able to bring it back. Let's move now to item 9.3.1, which is the Green Line LRT Phase 1 project wind down plan.
Good morning. My name's Ian Bourne. I'm the chair of the Green Line Budget and Risk Committee and was vice chair of the board until June 30th. I'm here today with my colleague Patty McLeod, my other colleague David Duckworth, and Darshpreet Bhatia, our CEO. Don Fairburn, who's the chair of the board, is unfortunately chairing another board meeting today in Vancouver and is unavailable. And Marcia Nelson, our vice chair, is also committed elsewhere. Today's a hard day as we explain our plan to wind down phase 1 of the Green Line LRT project. And relative to the conversation that's just been going on, the significance of the term winding down phase 1 is meaningful. It is declaring that the current alignment that we were mandated to drive is being wound down. It's not saying Green Line is being shut down. There are very real and material consequences to suspending a project of this scale at this stage of construction and design. Since our appointment in January 2021, the Green Line Board has focused on delivering results for Calgarians. With a clear mandate from the City Council to oversee phase 1 of the Green Line LRT project from the southeast to Eau Claire, the board has been deeply committed to managing costs and risk while balancing community expectations and city building opportunities. We have done this by leveraging our collective technical, financial, planning, and governance experience in mega projects. I want to recognize the Green Line team. They are a dedicated group of people who have put tremendous effort into this initiative. As directed by Council, yesterday the board approved the plan for an orderly wind down of the phase 1 project. The plan focuses on 4 key principles: safety, cost and risk mitigation, value preservation, and effectiveness and efficiency. And of course, fair treatment of our people. As I've said, the plan is intended to minimize the costs and reputational damage to the city. Some of the expenditures entail out-of-pocket expenses to complete construction underway and compensate contractors. There is a provision to continue the railcar contract. A decision on whether completing that contract or not makes sense can only be made following the provincial plan being finalized. And this is a provision, and there is a provision for litigation and claims. Our plan includes some key assumptions, including that funding partners will pay the outstanding invoices and not seek recovery of amounts already paid. We expect the wind down of the Green Line structure, i.e. the management team and the board, and the transfer of responsibilities to city administration to have occurred by year-end 2024. I will now turn the podium over to Darshpreet to go through the highlights of the plan itself.
Thank you, Ian, and good morning, everyone. Can we go to the next slide, please? The recommendations are in front of you, primarily just receiving the reports presented by the board and endorsed by them yesterday at our board meeting on the 16th. Next slide, please. So following the September 4th council direction, again, I want to emphasize this is everything that we have done to date has been based on direction provided by council, and there's a mandate that dictates what board can or cannot do. So when questions are asked, did we look at an option? I would just like to answer our mandate was to deliver phase 1 as approved by council and not to consider other alignments unless council chose to direct us. But given that direction on September 4th, we took a number of actions for an orderly wind down. Again, the wind down isn't approved yet, but we wanted to make sure that we're being proactive in informing our partners of the direction that's come from province as well as from council. So we paused a number of discretionary costs, primarily not progressing the design, not progressing any negotiations with our partners because we were weeks away from executing contracts. We paused a number of our field investigations and contracts, whether that's demolition or monitoring work for downtown. So just wanted to give you a sense of that. We have also had discussions with all of our consultants, advisors, and contractors of this impending decision and what they need to do to help support that orderly wind down. We also initiated the assessment of all of our contracts to making sure that we first understand what steps can be taken to close them, what are the inherent risks, and how those risks could be mitigated. We haven't completed that effort. That will be done with City Legal, but we have a good idea of some of the key contracts that we can share and close once we have that discussion. And finally, we developed the wind down plan, which has also been shared with council. Next slide, please. Now, while phase 1, as approved by council, is not moving forward, I think it's been said, and I'll highlight it again, I think it's important to note that continuous long-term investment in transit is a need. This is not something that the board is suggesting, or I'm suggesting on behalf of the board. Calgarians speak to this. We have had 92% support for this project for that reason, because they see a need and it's a genuine investment that's needed to be made. Keeping that in mind and keeping the fact that Green Line LRT may be delivered in some capacity in the future, 4 principles were identified by our board, namely safety, cost and risk, some value preservation, and finally being efficient in delivering that. Safety, because we have lots of construction underway. There's this thought out there that somehow we're still in a planning stage. No, we've gone beyond procurement. We were already constructing, and we were close to executing the remaining construction agreements to continue that construction. So we need to make sure we don't just walk away from our construction sites. We have lots of work happening in the downtown, in the East Beltline, as well as in 78th Avenue works in Ogden. We need to make sure that that work is brought to completion safely for our colleagues who are working on the project, but as well as the public. We will look at a transition plan that could be offered to the city in the time frame that Ian just mentioned, which is by the end of this year, so that works that need to continue into 2025 can happen seamlessly without any impact on a safety front. Then the cost and risk, obviously we want to make sure that the exposure to the city is minimized, because we're not clear who will be funding all of this, whether now or 6 months from now, so we need to be judicious in that. And that's where our exercise on contracts and understanding them is happening right now. We have, as I said, we have a preliminary view on some key contracts, which I can share and close once we get there. And finally, on the value preservation, if we're believing there's a Green Line LRT in the future, then we need to make sure that work that's been done to date, whether that's field investigations and data collected, or all the design work that we have done, there are many aspects of the project that can potentially be used or be useful in that future. So we need to make sure that it's documented well and, again, transferred to the city administration. Next slide, please. And I would say while the wind down plan is based on these principles, it's been said by many, but the heart and soul of this project and all mega projects is always the exceptional team. We have close to 1,000 people engaged, whether they are staff to the city directly or our advisors or our contractors. And I must say that I'm proud to be part of that team, that they accepted me. They gave me the privilege to lead it. I'm also thankful to all of our partners, local partners, and I would say majority of Calgarians who have supported us despite the disturbances and inconveniences we created from all of our construction. I also want to thank team members who actually moved their families here. We have many people who have come from around the world, and it took us 3 years to gather that team. So you can appreciate when you wind down something, these people and these skills will leave. So it's not something that you can just over a week say, well, we have a new plan and let's support that. That knowledge, that institutional base is all lost, and that can be recovered in a week or two. It took us 3 years to create the team that we have. So it will take a monumental effort by administration or a third party to bring the people who can actually deliver a program of this scale. So I want to thank them in front of council for their significant efforts. I'm just lost of words in terms of how I can even console them in the situation that we find ourselves in. Next slide, please. Just to give you a sense, we have about 70 contracts. So this is not one contract or two contracts. We have 70 contracts and potentially more that need to be reviewed and assessed very carefully in terms of how they can be closed. Each one of them may have simple provisions that allow for it. Some of them will likely require negotiations. So when Carla noted that there are many other risks and costs, we're not fully aware of them. I mean, it's been a week. We need to do more assessment to understand how best this can be managed so that the exposure, again, to city first is managed. Next slide, please. In terms of costs, we share our monthly costs as well as a burn rate for the last 6 months on a monthly basis. So this is not something that we shy away from. This is the cost to date as of the end of August. And yes, the question that was asked originally, there's another $300 million. That's the committed cost. That is part of the exposure that we're identifying in the next line, which is about $850 million. This is not a comprehensive view. This is based on a number of key contracts that we know, how we think they may materialize as we move forward in closing them down, and the risk that we see at this stage. We need to do more assessment with legal to understand this. this doesn't take into account at all the things that Ms. Carla Mail mentioned, which is all the initiatives and capital programs and policies that were contingent on Green Line being delivered. So that domino effect is not reflected in this number. So when the question was asked, is 2.1 the final number? No, it's not the final number. It's the bare minimum that we can think of at this point. It likely will go beyond that number. Next slide, please. In terms of next steps, subject to direction that's provided today, and keeping in compliance with our own principles, we will be taking steps tomorrow to start transitioning a number of employees. We will be issuing notices to our contracting partners so that there could be an orderly closeout of the agreements that we have with them. We will also be working on making sure that we have good documentation of where the project stands today. What are the costs? What are the risks inherent in the contracts that remain? What are the potential mitigations for those? And we will be transitioning that over to the city administration by the end of this year. Board has also decided to restructure their own, I would say, governance to make sure that we are a more nimble team that can make more timely decisions, overseeing this wind down over the course of the next 3 months. At this point, that's the conclusion. I believe the next slide is also just a next step, so that's the last slide on my presentation. I would request that after recess we go into closed session so we can discuss some more details about people, contracts, and risk.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm going to go to questions in the queue. Let's start with Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to both the board as well as Darshpreet and your staff for being here and putting together the presentation. Just two simple questions there. On the very first slide, you made reference to communicating with the consultants and contractors subsequent to September 4th. For clarity, was it just to inform that or it actually is to instruct wind down?
It was to inform them that this is a potential decision that's coming up. So let's be proactive and let's be effective in preparing for that so that it's not a surprise to them once that decision is made.
Okay, but we haven't wound them down just yet?
No, that would be the next step once we have direction from council so that we can issue formal notices.
Okay, and the same applies to staff?
Again, yes. We have had many discussions with them because that's a front that requires a lot of effort and city HR is helping us with that. For us to be able to have a meaningful and viable plan, we had to have those discussions. So we have had the discussions, and again, subject to direction from council, we'll enact on them.
Okay. More questions and close. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Thaliwal, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your service, and thank you to the board. My question is, with this kind of money that you guys proposed for stage one, what magic could be done? Because some people claim that more can be done. Are you fully sure that this is the best cost-effective way of doing this at this point?
That's correct. That's a simple answer. We had multiple discussions with council walking through our rationale and logic on how we would recommend delivering the program, and then subject to the letters that came in recently, we also identified what the impacts are. Don Fairbairn, our chair of the board, was pretty categorical that this is, there's no recovering from this. And, two words were said by Michael Thompson and David Duckworth: trust and confidence. We put our reputation and board's reputation to bring this project to where it is today. So having seen multiple letters thrown at us creates a very strong political uncertainty for contractors and consultants to stick around.
This is more than costs as well. Clearly, the province has said the plan to go to Eau Claire is not one that they support. Therefore, costs are part of the equation, but not the whole answer.
But this is the most cost-effective option that was on the table for all.
Yes.
Second question, being on the board, how many times province expressed a desire that they want to be on the table and on the board?
They did not express a desire to be on the board to the board. They may well have expressed that view elsewhere, but they never made a formal request to the board. We dealt with them via Darshpreet and Don Fairbairn as the chair on a regular basis. We dealt with them via David and the administration frequently. We were always trying to be conscious that we never provide information to the other funding partners that hadn't come to council first. So in many ways, we were sort of navigating how to provide information in a way that everybody had access to information at essentially the same time.
Just to add to Ian, it was never a matter of not sharing information. As we discussed with council openly, province supported moving forward. And they were fully informed. And as Ian mentioned, I met with them bi-weekly, sometimes weekly. So they were always aware of how things are progressing. They knew what our analysis was. They knew what challenges we had from a cost pressure perspective, which led to their approval prior to the second letter, having them recuse themselves of this liability.
It's a tri-party agreement, 3 partners. What kind of interactions, comms plan you had with provincial and federal government?
As I said, we were meeting with them on a monthly basis, weekly basis, bi-weekly, depending on the nature of the discussion. And we met with both the federal government as well as the provincial government at the administration level. So the deputy ministers, assistant deputy ministers, all the executive directors that support them were fully engaged. And we provided information as they required it.
And you never felt that there was ever a political interference in your decision-making or what you would recommend it to council, that it was an independent subject matter professional recommendation?
From my lens, and I'll let board speak to it, from my lens, I didn't feel that. And as I said, that was a reason for that acceptance letter that came prior to council approving a phase 1 alignment that we could move forward with.
I think we're going to talk people inside, so I'll leave that. I just want to get some clarification on your attachment. Sorry, page 6 of 16, it says wind down risk value estimate 450 million. Can you touch a little bit?
That's confidential.
So let's have that discussion in closed.
All right, let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Thanks, Mayor. So what is the mix of funding for the 2.1 billion, assuming there's no clawback of funds from other orders of government? So what % of that 2.1 billion would be city funds versus provincial funds versus federal funds?
Of the $1.3 billion that we have spent to date, all the claims with the exception of one have already been paid by the province and the feds for their share. Anything that is to be spent thereafter, it's an unknown. So anything that is tied to a wind down, the 800 plus number, or any other cost that may go into that wind down at this point, as I understand from the provincial letter, is up for discussion. So up till now, every claim that we have submitted, and my colleagues can correct me, but except for one, all other claims that we submitted were paid by both partners. So they were paying their fair share up till now. But we still have another claim that's to go, which is about $20+ million that hasn't been invoiced or paid by them. But all costs from now on, it's a question mark. I mean, I would say that's a really question for council and administration, but from our perspective, they were fair in making the payments up till this point.
Okay, so they were equally shared up in that 1.3 billion and the rest is unknown at this point. Okay, thank you for that. Is there any way to get a better sense of, and maybe this is a closed conversation, of where the investment has been made along the line? So you've been approved to do enabling work and land acquisition, utility relocation from Eau Claire down to Seton. So how can we get a better sense of what parts of that may be repurposed for the project, the province's project?
I think we can have that discussion in closed. We've provided some details that, from my perspective, sort of give you a sense of where there are possibilities, but as was said earlier, it all depends on what is the program that the province wants to support and council wants to support. That will then dictate what's salvageable.
Okay. And the last question I have is, when the province announced their rail master plan, did the Green Line team meet with the province about their rail master plan, or maybe the board, just to understand how the Green Line would integrate with that, and how it just seems very much so that the rail master plan is a top of mind political priority now over and above this project. And so I'm just trying to understand what those conversations were like.
So there was no formal request to the board or to the Green Line team. I understand that the city administration was involved in that process, and I'll let Michael Thompson respond to that.
Can I just expand on that? When we brought forward the recommendation on phase 1, one of the key components of that was the discussion about the station at 4th Street Southeast, and the theory of the case was, let's keep our options open to participate in whatever structure comes together on that rail plan, and that was expressed clearly to the province that we were developing the plan to keep that option open.
Yeah, thank you for that. Thanks.
Just build off exactly what Mr. Bourne said. I think the alignment that was presented to council, approved by council, met the criteria that the province had laid out. And with respect to the rail master plan, our administration team has been meeting with the provincial administration team, working collaboratively on the rail master plan. And throughout that, this discussion in the letter on September 3rd, it never had come up as part of those previous discussions.
Okay, and so just to clarify, all of the criteria in which the province had set out, so alignment with their rail master plan, we met all of the criteria in the business case that we submitted?
I believe so, and I would ask the board
Yes, I think that's true.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
That was certainly the intent.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wyness, please.
Thanks. Was this ever on the risk evaluation completed by the board?
Was what? Lack of funding?
Where we
Pulling
are
the
right
funding?
now. Yeah, pulling funds, like when you do your risk analysis, aren't we? Like,
I mean, you're always kind of worried about how that funding's going to play out, particularly as the math of the project changes. But with signed funding agreements and confirmation, we viewed that risk as very low.
very low. Okay, and then obviously we didn't do another update when we saw the rail master plan and the commentary in the press or during Stampede.
Yes, we did. Of course we did. Yeah. I just said when we were building our phase one recommendation, we very, very carefully thought our way through what were the options for the 4th Street Southeast station so that optionality was there depending on what the rail plan ultimately looked like.
Okay, and flexibility. When it came to ridership, there's been commentary and criticism on not putting a station in the Beltline, and maybe that could have been a risk factor the province took, as if you're saying your ridership numbers are X and you're not really showing stations of a lot of residents. How was that a risk that was evaluated? Or?
That was very minor in terms of the change in the ridership.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Right, let's go to Councillor McLean, please.
No, thank you, Mayor. This was touched on earlier. We were talking about the $2.1 billion maybe in sunk cost and the real estate acquisitions. Do we have that number? Again, no, roughly. That actually was spent on just land.
Not publicly.
Okay. Without even disclosing the number, though, that would still be considered an asset, whether it's, because we're not really, we still own it. Okay. Same with, I guess we can't put a number on the infrastructure upgrades or moving. That's also a benefit regardless one way or the other, I would assume.
There's some value in that because presumably some of the work that was done, particularly as it relates to NMAX, was done earlier than they would otherwise have done it. And therefore there's, some extension to the infrastructure that they would have. So yes, there's been some value created there.
Yeah, and a lot of disruption. Nobody's been very happy with that. But that's where we're at. But speaking of in downtown.
Councillor McLean, if I can, Ms. Flowen needs to weigh in on a question you asked.
Sure.
Yeah, your question was around the acquisition of land and whether that creates assets for the city. It's a little more complicated than that, and we'll have to talk about it in closed if you want to pursue that.
Okay, that's what I was kind of just told. So for sure we can talk about that. Just broad strokes then, because there's a lot of money invested. There's a possibility that the province may come up with a different alignment that we can maybe reuse, or some of the expenditures are not maybe foregone. Would it be just, if they proceeded with what's kind of been suggested, going from further down south to downtown, really the lost cost then would be just what has been spent downtown or tunneling. Those would be the really, that would be the cost that would probably be there.
That's too early to say. I mean, it really depends on what the final alignment looks like because, as I said in my remarks, one of the contracts that's substantial is the vehicles themselves. And depending on what alignment they come up with and what proposal they come up with, those cars may still be usable, they may not be usable. That's a big number, and that'll swing, the arithmetic pretty dramatically. In terms of a lot of the design work, whether that can be applied or not, time will tell. So there's and I'm financial by training, but I'm certainly not the city's finance CFO. The work that will have to go into determining which assets are salvageable, which assets are useful, and how to bookkeep that is a very, very significant task.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Hopefully there's a way we can work together with our funding partners to make sure we don't lose that. So thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Sharp, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for being here today. I have a question. Contract lengths, we can talk about in closed, or can you answer any of that in open?
I can answer generic responses, but if it's something specific, then it's perhaps best for closed.
Okay, I'll ask it in closed, and if you want to reiterate the answer in open after, we can do that, so I'll save that there. With back to the province, and there's a lot of conversations happening in the media, and you hear the minister saying that I'm requesting all the information. What information has been sent since that letter, and have they received this report? Or are they watching it live to see the costs? Like, are they being updated in real time?
Since last week, we haven't had further discussions with the province. I understand the city administration may have met with them, so perhaps Michael Thompson can respond to that.
Yeah, we have met with the province on a number of files, have talked to them, but we have not shared a report real-time. Council, you got it very late last night. You can see just the real-time nature that this is unfolding.
Okay. I'm going to save it for debate, but this is unfolding in real life, in real time, and I think that's an issue with communication. But I'll let it go. It's time for lunch soon.
Let's go to Councillor Demong, please.
Just a couple of questions with regards to comments on the trust and confidence. There's been a lot of discussion about what will happen when the province comes back with their new alignment in December. What is your impression on how the contracts may unfold going forward from that point with regards to the trust and confidence issues that we have come forward with?
I wouldn't want to make a comment on that. Trust and confidence will play out the way it plays out.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any further questions in the queue, so thank you very much. We will go into closed session after the lunch break, so we'll join you there. Madam Clerk, if we could get on the screen the recommendation.
To move into closed mayor conduct?
No, to postpone this item. Yeah.
Sure.
So we'll just go in there.
It's ready, mayor conduct.
So, Council, I need to postpone this item to the call of the chair so that we can bring it back after we have the closed session meeting. If I can get general consent, we don't have to make it a motion. Is there anyone opposed to this? Okay, then I am going to postpone this item to the call of the chair. Madam Clerk, we need to do something procedural on an item that's not coming forward today. Can we do that right now?
Yes, please, Mayor Gondek, and that's with respect to item 9.2.1. That is the Integrity and Ethics Office Annual Report. That item has been set as a time specific following lunch recess. That will not be proceeding. So looking for council to do two things. First would be to move and second the item to get it on the floor of council. And second would be to postpone this item to the October 29th regular meeting of council. And clerks will work with administration to propose that it continue to be a time specific for October 29th.
So item 9.2.1, it's the Integrity and Ethics Office Annual Report. Ms. Flowen has spoken with Dr. Laidlaw, and Dr. Laidlaw says that it is not an urgent item. It doesn't need to come today. So we have spoken with the party in question. So if we can get it moved and seconded, then we can postpone it. So it's Councillor Penner to move it, Councillor Carra to second it.
And we'll put up the motion to postpone next for your consideration too.
So item 9.2.1 has been moved and seconded. We now have this motion to postpone this item. Is there any discussion or debate on this?
Same mover and seconder.
Same mover and seconder, yeah. All right, not seeing any debate, could you please go to e-scribe to vote?
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously, and I want to point out how important it was for both Ms. Flowen and Dr. Laidlaw to understand that if that item could wait, we had important business before us today. So thank you for that understanding. With that, we will take a break for 45 minutes, which, nope, we won't, not yet.
Oh, no, you absolutely can. I was just going to suggest, would council like to take a motion to reconvene and closed at this time?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Okay, we will
So
put that up
Councillor
for you.
Demong will move that.
And apologies for interruption there.
So it's going to come up on the screen in case you didn't hear it, but we are going to take the motion now to go into closed session for these two items that we just heard presentations on, so that when the lunch break ends, we go straight into closed. Okay, and it also outlines who will be in that closed session meeting with us. So Councillor Demong is moving this. Councillor Penner is seconding. I'll have you go to e-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Sharp, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gonda, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. So we will reconvene at 1:20 in the closed session boardroom. Thank you.
The regular meeting of council will be resuming in public session shortly. Please make your way back to chamber.
Welcome back, everybody. Madam Clerk, could we do a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll for the open session, Councillor Meehan.
I'm here.
Thank you, Councillor Penner.
Here.
Councillor Pootmans.
Here.
Councillor Sharp. Councillor Spencer.
Here.
Councillor Walcott. Councillor Wong. Here. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Carra.
Yes.
Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Chu. Here. Councillor Demong.
Here.
Councillor Dhaliwal.
Here.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So we are going to go back to questions because I had promised that you would have that ability. Councillor Sharp, I can see your request to speak in here. I'm going to go to questions, though. Okay. Councillor Dhaliwal, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And, my question is just for the Green Line, for Calgarians to understand. Can someone answer me that the current alignment, the current design is based on the current alignment that was agreed upon by the province, not once, not twice, but many times, 3 times, 4 times, whatever?
Short answer is that it was approved in 2021 by the City Council as well as province, and as recently as the letter that we received from Minister Drishin in telling us to move forward.
Okay, and the design is based on the alignment that agreed upon?
That's correct.
Now, province is asking that they're going to bring in a consultant, change the alignment, which will automatically change the design. Is that true?
Yes.
We need to stop for a minute because procedurally I need to bring the items back. So, Councillor Dhaliwal, hold that. So the proper order to bring it back is going to have to be to bring first we have to rise and report. Councillor Meehan is moving rise and report, and then Councillor Pootmans is seconding this. Is anyone opposed to rising and reporting? Seeing and hearing none, that is carried. So the way in which we need to do the reports coming to us, we have to go to the administration first because those recommendations need to be taken care of before we can go to the Green Line recommendations because theirs are tied to those of administration. So my apologies in trying to keep the queue going. I forgot all about the procedural stuff. So I need to bring this item back. Madam Clerk, is that a motion or can I just say it's coming back?
No, Mayor Gondek, you can just announce that we're bringing up 932.
Okay, we're bringing back 9.3.2. My apologies to the Green Line team. So are there any questions of administration? Councillor Dhaliwal, are yours to admin or?
I can ask admin to.
It doesn't matter to me. You're the only one with questions, so.
I can ask admin and then if they want to refer it to the board. I think it's going to be answered at some point, so might as well do it now. Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So I'll repeat my question once again. Is the current design based on the alignment that was approved by not just this council or previous council, but also by the province? My understanding is a couple times. Is that true?
Maybe I can get GM Johnson to answer that.
Yes, as you had heard previously.
Okay, thank you. My second question is, if province wants to relook at the alignment, which they're saying could take 3-4 months, will that then also change the design? Because we just said that design is based on the alignment, so that will automatically change the design.
We do expect so, but we haven't seen anything.
Okay, but if previous design is based on the alignment, the new alignment will automatically change the design, at least in the core.
That's what we'd expect, yes.
Okay, I come from project management, oil and gas. It was never simple. If you change something, it was never simple going back and restart that thing tomorrow. There was management of change. There was relooking at the design, controlled engineering documents. How simple is it going to be if in December we find out there's a new alignment that next day, next week, or next month, we can pick up the shovels and start the construction?
I can say that when we did the previous review, we completed it in 2021, and we were, as 2024, it's taken us 3 years to get back to this point. It's not quick. It will take a large amount of time.
Large, if last alignment, the last design based on last alignment took you 3 years, the new alignment could even take you even more.
Not sure what the time would be in length. I would expect 12 to 18 months would be fast, probably longer than that if we have to restart a new team or if whoever's delivering it has to restart a new team.
So it's not as simple as picking up the shovels next day?
Not simple at all.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me, Mayor. That's it.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Thank you. And I had a bunch of questions, but I don't know that I can ask them here. I asked some questions in camera, but I want absolute clarity around one question that was just asked by Councillor Dhaliwal. The initial proposal that we made that was reviewed by Mr. McIver and subsequently supported by the current minister as far as the proposed alignment, which was identified as being originally, prior to the recent amendment, Shepherd to Eau Claire, including all of the downtown underground works, was presented to the minister, reviewed by their administration, and subsequently approved for funding?
From downtown to Shepherd was reviewed downtown, reviewed tunneling, geotechnical, all the risks associated with that. Clearly explained everything we had done. That was in 2020 and 2021. Had reviewed all of that work, and I know since then the team has done more work as they prepared to move forward and had met with provincial admin and shared work that they were doing, I believe.
So as long as it was going from downtown to Shepherd, there seemed to be an agreement with the provincial government as far as providing us with the funding. And it's just the subsequent shortening of the line and the increased costs that's resulted in them now saying they don't support what's being proposed.
What I understand is that we received a letter, and I'd have to ask the Green Line team, but we received a letter on July 29th confirming the alignment that council subsequently approved on July 30th or 31st. And so we thought, and the Green Line team and administration believed that the province was fine with it and we were moving forward.
So they knew the full cost breakdown of every aspect of it, downtown?
I'd asked the Green Line team executive because they had been meeting with the province more recently, but I believe they understood the ridership, the costing, et cetera. And I'll ask Mr. Batty to.
That's simple answer is yes. We shared that with council at the last council meeting as well, that province was fully aware of the two options that were being considered by council and that we were going to go down a particular path. We even had meetings with city administration, mayor's office, as well as Minister Dreeshen, and we were given that letter to proceed.
Okay, well, I know there's going to be some proposed amendments and certainly don't like the idea of throwing out good money after bad, as the minister himself said, or throwing the baby out with the bathwater. We can't even afford to throw out the bathwater these days. No pun intended. Anyways, I would like to preserve as much of this, if at all possible, and hopefully there's an amendment that can help us to go down that path.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, thank you for being here again. We've heard from many Calgarians again that they want the Green Line. We heard from the province that they want to withdraw funding, thereby canceling this project as is. There's a variety of expenditures that have been made to date, and again, the question in terms of salvage value of that. But beyond the salvage value, the province has talked about moving forward with their plan. Is there anything in our alignment plans, particularly where there's mutual interest from again, the Grand Central Station to Shepherd, that is salvageable, that can be used by them?
We won't know that until they come forward with their plan.
Thank you.
Okay, procedurally, we have a bit of a struggle. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to keep up with everyone bringing amendments and amendments to amendments. We can't have the Green Line board up, can we?
So Mayor Gondek, procedurally right now, we are on item 9.3.2, and council is at the portion of the flow of the agenda items when you're asking for questions. So there's no motion on the floor yet. Nothing has been moved. If you would like to go back to the Green Line 931, we'd have to go back through the same process to postpone administration's item.
So I think the problem that we are encountering is in the back, we were able to ask questions quite freely. Now we've got one item before us, but we've got a different team answering the questions. So procedurally, we are in a bit of a conundrum. And I'm sorry, I should have caught it quicker, but I was trying to keep track of who needed what done. Yep.
Question to administration. Thank you for the clarification. Once again, the City of Calgary Calgarians would like to have the Green Line preserved. Calgarians recognize the province have withdrawn their funding and thereby affected canceling the project on our behalf. There's different elements of salvage that I think have some tangible value, if not tangible assets themselves, particularly where there's some mutual considerations or complementary considerations of alignment from what would be the Grand Central Station to Shepherd. Is there any salvage value in that could be used by a future project? Thank you.
As you heard from Mr. Bourne, we'd have to wait and understand what the alignment the province is recommending or proposing looks like.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so now we are into some other things. I need to find out from Councillor Demong, are you in for questions? Okay.
So just very quickly, my understanding is that the administration of the province was fully aware of where we were, what were processes, what the ramifications are. Would the minister have been aware? I can't ask you that. Should the province have been aware, or was the province aware that the letter that was sent to us on September 3rd was going to derail this entire Green Line?
I can't speak to what the province was aware of or not. All I can speak to is as administration and working closely with the Green Line team. We had a letter at the end of July, which had given us comfort to come forward to council to recommend an alignment, which was approved. When the letter came on September 3rd, it completely changed that.
Yeah, pretty much answers it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Putmans. Is it for administration questions?
Yes, asked and answered. Thank you, Councillor Demong. Thank you, Mr. General Manager Thompson.
Thank you. Councillor Meehan, I'm going to have to pause your question because it's for the next item.
Yeah, my question is actually going to be more towards, I think that we need both the administration and the Green Line Board to be able to weigh in when people bring amendments. And so is there a way to procedurally make that happen?
I would say that even though they are two separate reports, it is possible to include members of administration and the Green Line Board in responding, as long as this council is all right with that. I'm not proposing, excuse me, that we're hearing both items at the same time. Instead, I would propose, in the interest of what we've already seen, that whoever's best equipped to answer the question, whether it's administration or the board, that we put aside the technical business of two separate reports and allow for the right expert to answer the question. So if council does not have any issues with that, then let's proceed with the questions and whoever can best answer it will. So go ahead, Councillor Meehan.
So my question will come after the amendments then. It was just more to make sure that we are able to hear from the board when those amendments come. So I will take myself out of the queue for now.
Okay, so then I am going to go back to Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Mayor. If we can just get the alternate recommendation up on the screen. And before I even start with that, yesterday I was kind of criticized in social media for thanking administration for their hard work. So before I even get started today, how can I not stand here and say thank you for hard work, even if I don't agree with it? So to those naysayers out there, it's courtesy. These people have spent hours and hours of work, even if we don't always agree with it. So administration, thank you for being here. And whatever the outcome's going to be. But I was just disappointed to see that coming out in social media yesterday. So you'll see that there's an amendment, an alternate recommendation to administration's recommendations. And I know that there's an amendment coming to this one from Councillor Spencer, and I'll let him speak to that. But there was a lot to unpack and take in with this report. And so the last 2 weeks to unravel years of in the making, and it was unprecedented and it was hard work. So I was trying to come up with something to give it the good old college try. I'm bringing this alternative recommendation to ensure that the best possible future for the massive project, and it's not what we are just hearing today and what we've heard, but I don't believe that winding down this project is financially responsible or a decision based on what we're hearing. If we decide to throw our hands up and give up, we are failing Calgarians, those who wanted this project and those actually who didn't want this project. We can't truly comprehend the impacts of deciding today to wind down this project. The costs, hundreds of millions of dollars, loss of claims, possible lawsuits, and irreparable reputational risk. How can we justify this decision to Calgarians if we actually today can't understand it ourselves? And we heard that from the presentations this morning. Over the last 2 weeks, some members of this council have been spending time in the media, and members of the government have been spending time in the media, pointing fingers, placing blame. I had to take a step back and listen to all of this and all of Calgarians. I've seen people show up in person, online, petitions, conversations, and advocacy, and a pep rally yesterday. To those people and to those councillors, I can surely tell you, moving ahead with unwinding this project will probably truly kill it forever. The report brought by administration today acknowledges, and I quote, more dialogue with the government of Alberta is required to understand their future vision of the project. So let's do it. With so much unknown, let's action on what we do know, that all partners in this project, including the province and the federal government, support a high-quality transit facility that provides some sort of north-south connection. It's time we show up and do our job as a council. We're too deep into this, and the time it took, the collaboration it took to get here, to facilitate a railway forward, is just to throw it away. This recommendation and efforts to facilitate a step back, removing some of the high emotions at all levels, eliminating the party politics on this issue, and doing our due diligence for this project and for Calgarians. So I'm happy to answer any questions in my close, but I do know that Councillor Spencer has an amendment to this.
Councillor McLean was going to second this. Do you want to weigh in? Or just seconding?
I'll just second for now, thanks.
Let's then go to, I believe it's going to be Councillor Walcott.
Thank you. Clerks, I have an amendment to this just in case it is successful. The amendment that I emailed to council, it works irrelevant of what the main is, in all honesty. The only adjustments being is it'll switch from recommendation 12 to recommendation 4. And then should this fail, I'm going to bring it again on the main, the original main. So I might be doing this twice. In a nutshell, what I'm actually going to use language that Councillor Sharp used months ago with regards to the event center. The event center deal is dead. This project is completely new. That was the language that we paraphrased between the old one and the new. And to be honest, I voted for it and I agree. This is actually how I view this too. The Green Line project that we have been working on is dead. And any future rail plan, no matter how fast it materializes in the next couple of months, is a brand new project. Splitting those two pieces of conversation, what you see in a long list here that is hard for you all to read, but council, you have it in your email, is that if we are gonna do this, start a new project, well, we have to set some ground rules, things that we cannot sacrifice ever again because we carried all of the risk. On the next item, I'll be asking to make public the realities that the province was fully aware that, and I'll use the language very specifically, changing the alignment would cost us over $750 million. And that's just to change the alignment. This is what they're asking us to do. May of this year, the province came forward and said, we're not giving you any additional money, which means that we now know that the province is asking us to pay $750 million, and as we learned today, it's over $800 million, 850, just to consider changing the alignment. And at the same time, the province is on a media tear suggesting that they hope that the money that we have available is still available, which means that they're expecting that we also have an additional $700 million to contribute, because they have said repeatedly they won't contribute an additional dime. We're in a pretty challenging spot that the overage costs that they're expecting us to cover, we said we could manage 700. They're asking for $1.5 billion of overage costs. And if they're gonna ask for that, then these are the things that we require. Beltline stations, plans and mitigation strategies, who carries the risk, making sure that whatever the new program is, it is theirs, and that during this year's budget, we actually get a full accounting of the wind down costs and how it will impact our future budget deliberations, so that we know every single dollar that they have an expectation that we'll pay, where it will come from and who's gonna do it, regardless of whether or not there's a 90-day working group, whether or not there's a wind down paused for later. We need to make sure that any negotiations we go into from this point forward, that the city of Calgary is not gonna end up bankrupt because of provincial whims, because that's what they're doing to us right now, and it cannot happen again on a project of this scale. We have been told time and time again, you're doing a good job. You're doing a good job. We co-signed this, we co-signed it over and over, repeatedly. Well, they took it all away from us. And if we're gonna give them any chance to save the realities of what damage they've done to this city, they do it on our terms. That is what this amendment is. And so whether or not it's attached to Councillor Sharp's, or whether or not it is attached to the main, either way, this is just good business for a city where a province is actively trying to put us deep in the red. So moved.
Can I get a seconder for this, please? Councillor Meehan, thank you. I'm opening up a new thread. It's the same thread, but I'm following along. This is on Councillor Walcott's amendment. So if you have anything to say about this amendment, then please weigh in. Councillor Sharp, you're first.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Walcott. I appreciate that this is potentially a new project. I have some questions for administration on this amendment. I feel like this is a lot of work. I appreciate where Councillor Walcott's going with this. I would have crafted this more as a notice of motion. I don't know if this is an appropriate amendment to kind of what we're doing in putting forward an ask to the province to strike a working group, et cetera. Can I understand from administration what this means? What are budgetary implications of doing this work? And would it be best as maybe a motion arising or notice of motion instead of an amendment?
So procedurally, I'm just going to say this. A notice of motion is a notice given to council to say, I intend to bring this motion. And an amendment accomplishes the same thing because there's an emotion on the floor already and an amendment is being brought to it. So it's not a matter of swapping it out. A motion arising of this nature would be too much work.
Okay, well then do we know what the budgetary implications of doing this amendment would be? And because I feel like it's adding a lot more.
So Councillor Sharp, I think my team and I just need a little bit of time to consider that. I haven't spoken with everyone on it. I think a couple of them may be seeing it for the first time. I'm not sure if everyone had it in their email, but on first blush, I believe we can do this work. I don't know the exact budgetary implications.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to support this as is in this amendment particularly. I understand that you wanted to bring it here, but I don't know if it meets the spirit of the intention of the alternate with what Councillor Spencer plans on bringing to add on. So I will listen to everybody else's questions.
All right, let's go to Councillor Spencer. Is it on this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What I see Councillor Sharp bringing and the intent of what I'm going to add in is to try and salvage, however dim the hope feels in this moment, a conversation with the province to see what is salvageable of this really important project. This, pieces of it, I love. Other pieces of it, I don't. It feels like backing the province into a corner. All of this is details that will come out in long-form conversation if we get a long-form conversation. So I don't disagree with things that are in this. Some of it I'm uncomfortable with, but I will not be supporting it because I feel like this is, timing-wise, this is coming down the road when we get into transfer conversations, and hopefully we actually get a transfer conversation.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Carra, please.
So everything that is in this amendment is something that I have to support because it reflects the reality that's before us. I'm not entirely convinced that this is well put in the context of the motion that's before us. Having said that, I'm not convinced the motion that's before us is well put at all because it's a fantasy. It is not a reflection of the reality that's before us, and it is, deeply embedded in a lack of understanding of the reality that's before us, a total lack of genuineness in the face of that reality, a perpetuation of the lack of trustworthiness that finds us in this situation, and it's procedurally inane. So I understand why Councillor Walcott put this, because we are flirting with doing all of those things with this ridiculous main in front of us. I hate that this amending is amending the main in this regard, or amending the amendment, but the amendment that's before us is not well put. So I will support this because this is crazy. I look forward to debating this in much more fulsome, in a much more fulsome way when we've dispensed with the fantasy that's currently before us. And I look forward to debating Councillor Spencer's attempt to make what's before us even remotely possible, which it won't. But this has to be on the floor because this reflects reality.
Let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Yeah, thank you. I'm seconding this because I think point A, include the cost of the Green Line program wind down in the mid-cycle adjustments, so there's transparency for the public. I don't understand why you'd vote against that. Also, to understand what kind of costs can be transferred to the government as a result of their termination of a project, something we want to know. Return to council with an option to consider diverting any leftover funds, which there likely won't be any, to our other unfunded route ahead priority projects makes perfect sense to me. Drafting a clear set of criteria for when we would engage with the government of Alberta and LRT project to replace the Green Line. Of course, we need to have criteria for doing that, and all of these are really important things that we've promised Calgarians. So I just also will say that what is put on the floor by Councillor Sharp is not something that is realistic. I also think that, the reality is that we cannot continue to hold on to all of these costs as we figure out what the province is going to do. The burn rate is very significant. It's public. We know it's $20 to $30 million a month of just holding costs. And that's why I asked as well for the Green Line board to be able to weigh in on what that original amendment is. And so you might not love this amendment, but I certainly agree with Councillor Carra that it's substantially better than the one that is on the floor that can't pass. So I will be supporting this, and I do think that we need to draw a line in the sand on what we will support and what we won't. And I think this is a better direction than trying to say that the project can just stay open when we have no commitment from another funding partner.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Walker, for putting this forward. I think it covers what people have already said, covers the points I was going to say. And what's covered here are the due diligence that we should be asking for our administration to bring back to us with regards to the aspects of continuing conversation with the province. And that I think these are vital elements that would have been part of the conversation anyway. So I will support this. Thank you.
Let's go to Councillor McLean, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. We just keep making this more and more political every time we turn around. Just going to be, if we want to talk about being realistic, as Councillor Meehan said, demanding commitments, saying do this, do that, isn't going to happen. They're not going to agree to that. We can blame the province all we want and say it's all their fault. But to say that council, previous council's administration, or there's no other Green Line board has no blame that all, have done everything perfect would be disingenuous. Yes, there's probably a pathway forward, but making demands that are not going to happen, Councillor Sharp's amendment, which I'd speak, not to speak to it, but that is realistic. If it's a $20, $30 million burn rate per month, if that's what it is, we're talking $6, $7 billion because this cost could go higher and higher. That is still keeping people employed, keeping the project going, even if the province does not step up and cover our costs to go into holding pattern because, yeah, realistically, they're not going to do that either. But maybe in the long run, we save $1 billion by not doing some other things that they might suggest would be better. We may get even more money from them by going with their alignment. But making demands that are unrealistic are not going to happen anyways. It's just turning it more and more political in my mind. And if, as much as heck, I'd like to see all that stuff. I think the councillors in the north and the south would love to see lines go reach them. Currently, this iteration doesn't even come close, but I will, like I said, as much as I don't disagree with a lot of things, they're not realistic, so I can't vote for them.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Notwithstanding the fact that this appears to be contrary to Councillor Sharp's motion, because Councillor Sharp's motion says do not wind down. Do not wind down. This says give us the costs of winding down. But if we're not winding down, how can we have a cost? So, having said that,
It's not contrary because it doesn't say to wind down. It says provide the costs. Councillor Sharp says to pause the wind down. This is not contrary for asking for information. This doesn't say wind down.
anyways, it appears as though it's a contrary motion. However, having said that, I would like to propose an amendment because I do believe there's quite a bit of work to undertake this. And without knowing the full implications of what this entails, the resource requirements to actually do all of this work, I think it would be better if we had an idea of just how much time it would take for administration to undertake all this work and the costs associated with doing this work. Therefore, I think it should be that administration be directed to undertake a scoping report to undertake the following work. I've drafted something to that effect. I didn't specify a time frame in regards to when the scoping report should come back, but I do think it should go to infrastructure and planning. Clerks, I believe I've sent something to you. I'm not sure if you've received it just now. And I copied the mayor. Unless my email's not working.
None of us have it at this time.
So that's the gist of the amendment to the amendment that I want to make, is that we undertake a scoping report. I'll happy to type it out again, but I did hit send.
I have it. It was sent to City Clerk and not Clerk Martin.
Oh, my
So
apologies.
I will read, it says, amend Councillor Walcott's to say, direct administration to prepare a scoping report to council through the Infrastructure and Planning Committee to consider undertaking the following work.
And like I said, I didn't specify a time because I wanted administration to weigh in on when they think they could provide a scoping report to undertake this work. But ultimately, I think it should go through infrastructure and planning to have a more fulsome discussion around this proposed motion. So if somebody from administration can weigh in on when they think would be an appropriate time to return to council with a scoping report, that would be certainly beneficial to include in this motion.
I think CAO Duckworth wants to weigh in on that.
Councillor Chabot, I think we can probably return fairly quickly with details of a scoping report, if that's what council wanted to pursue.
So next infrastructure and planning?
Which is, I'm not sure exactly when that is, but within the month, I would think, within the next 4 weeks is doable. I don't know when next IPC is, to be honest. So.
If that's not the appropriate place, maybe executive committee, I don't know. You tell me.
I suspect this work, a scoping report like this would take in the order of 2 to 4 weeks to bring to council.
Okay, so I'd like to propose that if I can get a seconder.
So it's going up on the screen shortly because I have to send it to Madam Clerk. I'm looking for a seconder.
I'll second it.
Councillor Sharp.
And I think I pretty much said my piece there. Happy to answer any questions in my close.
Do you wish to weigh in?
Yeah, I might, I was just looking, IPC is on October the 16th. So if we were respecting e-scribe deadlines, we would be walking out of here and be doing it in 3 weeks, which would be very tight for us to complete. And so for a scoping report, I would recommend the next IPC meeting if it was coming back to that. Which you're going to ask me, when is that? And I would have to click in my calendar to find that right now. Probably 4 weeks from then. November 6th. So probably the November 6th would be more realistic.
It may be better to go to a different committee meeting then, because if as part of it includes discussions around budgetary implications, therefore it really wouldn't have any kind of information to look at budgetary implications unless it came sooner.
I think given the timeline, and we're just looking through the calendar, the only other option would be come back directly to council probably on October the 29th.
Procedurally, if it's a budgetary item, it should probably go to executive committee.
Executive would be on November the 7th, and so we could do that as well.
So we've got it on the screen before us. I've got Councillor Walcott on this amendment.
Thank you. Please vote against this for a very simple reason. If you paid close attention to each of the individual items that are included in this amendment, each one has its own set of time restrictions already on it. So it's not really worthwhile doing a scoping report to come back and determine when you can do things when the things are appropriately spread out across the already appropriate council calendar. For example, wind down costs will be included in budget just as considerations. Now, mind you, if this is successful, of course, and we'll have a very different, we'll be talking about burn rates, et cetera. When it looks at the letter about what are our requirements for negotiating with the province, that's a copy and paste. You can write it tomorrow, no offense. When you look at the BRT, reallocating that funding, again, that's budget as well, just to making sure that we can still spend the money appropriately. Each one of those issues comes back to council for a decision already, so there's no point in scoping a decision that will require a council decision when they actually come to fruition at each time. That's how it was prepped, that's how it was written. So let's not burn time waiting for a report to allow us to have the information to serve the city. We can just do this now and then vote accordingly when these reports come back at the already designated appropriate times.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Yeah, we just cannot afford to keep pushing this down the road. It's very expensive to keep this going, and so I also don't support this amendment.
Okay, I'm going to weigh in on this amendment. While I can understand the spirit of wanting to do a scoping report to see what the work is, the amendment that Councillor Walcott is bringing actually has things in it that are already being done. I'm going to assume that in mid-cycle adjustments, potentially we were going to get an update on the cost of the Green Line program wind down, because we made a recommendation yesterday after our strategic session about budget to get that information by end of year. And we were told that if you could get it to us by mid-cycle, you would certainly do that. So I don't see this as being any different. Coming to us with a legal opinion on how to transfer costs, I don't know why we would need a scoping report to try to alleviate ourselves of the financial and reputational risk on this project. Return to council to divert any funds. We don't need a scoping report to look at that. That can be done within our mid-cycle adjustments. drafting a clear set of criteria by which we decide whether or not we're going to re-engage with a government that just terminated a project, I don't see why we need a scoping report to do that. Ultimately, we either are de-risking ourselves of all the burden that we have taken on by a decision made by the government of Alberta. We're either prepared to do that, or we find ourselves in this mess of trying to appease an order of government that killed a project. I can't support a scoping report. What is in Councillor Walcott's amendment is perfectly clear. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so over to you to close, Councillor Chabot.
Thank you, and thanks for the debate. I find this motion rather interesting because it appears as something that would normally have been drafted as a notice of motion. And in the past, whenever I've tried to introduce something of this nature, I've been told that it should go through the regulatory process, which is introduce it, go through the law department, go through all administration, for them to all have an opportunity to weigh in on what the implications are of the motion that we're bringing forward, i.e. financial, resource intensity, et cetera, et cetera. Being as this is being introduced in this fashion, I had no choice but to present it as an option for a scoping report, which then would have had the benefit of administration weighing in a more fulsome and thoughtful manner to advise council on the implications of this motion specifically. So whilst I see this as more of a notice of motion because of the amount of detail provided in the motion, this is pretty much the only option that I'm left with, being as this being introduced on the floor. Therefore, I'd ask council to consider supporting this. While they may not align perfectly with some of the recommendations specific to our mid-cycle adjustment, there's also an assumption there that we will be moving forward with a winding down, but as Councillor Sharp's original motion suggests, is that we pause the winding down, so therefore some of those costs won't be fully vetted and concluded prior to mid-cycle adjustment anyways. Therefore, I'd ask you to please support this, and if not, then you can count on me voting against the recommendations as it was originally presented. Closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please, on Councillor Chabot's amendment that's before you.
Councillor Pootmans, your vote, please. Thank you. Councillor Chabot, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Meehan, your vote, please.
No.
Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is defeated 5-10 with Councillors Walcott, Spencer, Penner, Winus, Demong, Dhaliwal, Pootmans, Kara, Meehan, and myself voting against. This takes us back to the amendment that was put by Councillor Walcott. Now, I'm just going to make sure that I have a bunch of people in the list, and I got to make sure that I know what they're wishing to speak on. I think everyone who wanted to speak on Councillor Walcott's amendment has. Is that right? No one's left? So I'm going to weigh in on it. I think it's important to make sure that we're maintaining the integrity of the work done by the Green Line team, that we're maintaining the integrity of the work that's been done by our administration, and also the advocates who have been pushing for a proper Green Line, the one that we originally envisioned. Groups like LRT on the Green, groups like Alliance for the Common Good. To preserve the work that they have done, I think it's absolutely critical to have that clear set of criteria by which we would entertain whatever project the provincial government might bring to us, because right now we have no idea what they're going to bring. I also think it's interesting. Councillor McLean said we are making demands that are not going to happen. That's interesting. I'm actually making demands, if we want to use that language, in the interest of the people that I serve, Calgarians who are bearing the brunt of the risk for the government of Alberta pulling the pin on the Green Line project as we know it. My fiduciary responsibility is to this corporation, to the city of Calgary, which is taking on an inordinate amount of risk and expense as a result of the government of Alberta terminating their funding for the Green Line project as we know it. This is absolutely my responsibility to vote in favor of these amendments to make sure that we are taking care of the people we serve and the corporation that we represent. I will turn it back to Councillor Walcott to close.
Thank you. And I really want to make my intentions clear about what this is. I do not support Councillor Sharp's main because I believe that we are at a position where a responsible governance is to wind down the project. At the same time, I've been in a position several times on this council where someone moves an alternate and derails a significant amount of work. And so I am simply doing everything I can to ensure that regardless of the success of the main, that the work that will continue is the most effective and appropriate work. My hope is simple. My hope is that you will pass this. We have covered our bases to ensure that the future of this project and the efforts that we're moving from this point forward to create the new project that the province is proposing, it is done with some appropriate baselines, some good rules, but out of due diligence and respect for everyone's work that has gone into this to get us here. The reality is I want this to win, the main to lose, and then I want to do this again with the appropriate recommendations that the administration has brought forward for us, knowing the risks that we're in. So vote for this, just in case. Vote against the main, and then let's start over with the right recommendations that administration brought.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote on Councillor Walcott's amendment to Councillor Sharp's alternate recommendation.
Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is carried 9-6 with Councillors McLean, Spencer, Winus, Chu, Sharp, and Chabot voting against. We are going to go back to the main, that was the alternate recommendation that was posed by Councillor Sharp. If I remember correctly, if I go back in the queue, Councillor Spencer, you wanted to do something?
Yes, please, Mayor. Yeah, I'd love to add an amendment to the alternate recommendations. For me, this is super important to consider this as a possible path forward. And ultimately, I see this as a last-ditch effort for a better conversation with what has proved to be a reckless partner to this point in the delivery of this project. We've spent a lot of time talking about the issues related to this, the labor, the fact that the design issues that the province is talking about as they're understood right now just do not line up, that there's going to be challenges regardless of how we move forward, and that a pause for this project as it is currently conceived is just not tenable. But the province has asked for a pause. To a degree, if we want to move forward, particularly around the pieces that I've outlined in A and B, I believe we need to lead with a foot forward that welcomes a conversation that keeps this, to the degree that we can, out of the media and dealing with the details around a table with technical experts and individuals that ultimately are going to be carrying this. Why do I think this is important? Well, because ultimately the rubric that admin put this project through to bring us the recommendations that they brought us today, which are good recommendations, was to do the least amount of harm to the city of Calgary as possible. I just think that this is worth exploring. If we can, I think ultimately one of the things we've discovered on this journey is that for the lowest level of government to carry the most risk, to be the funder of last resort, to be in a position where we are compiling all the experts necessary and being in this very vulnerable position where higher levels of government feel that they are somewhat bulletproof and can do with this project what they please. We've seen this in other jurisdictions. These projects go to the level of government that are in the best place to deal with all of the risks associated with it. ultimately, I don't think it makes any sense whatsoever for us to pause the wind down if the government of Alberta isn't willing to commit to these things that are in front of you. I think there's a viable path forward if they do. If they are able to pull together and go like, look, okay, we actually got involved in the technical details. We got involved in a level where actually the risk should be porting to us, and they can own that, and that they're willing to start to wrap their heads around the funding commitments associated with that, then I do believe it's time for Calgarians to say, province, we're placing our hopes and dreams in your hands, even though at this point we don't want to, for many people, for a whole bunch of reasons. Ultimately, they do hold, as a one-third funding partner, they hold a lot of keys in this conversation. We need them for this project to stay together in any shape or form and to be salvaged in any shape or form. If we don't get a
Councillor Spencer, your time is up, and we are also at 4 o'clock. So I'm going to guess seconder for Councillor Spencer's. Councillor Winus, we're at 4 o'clock. We agreed to take a break from 4 to 4:30, and when we return at 4:30, we are listening to the Ward Boundary Commission report. So unless somebody wants to do something different, that's the situation we're in right now. Councillor Croft.
I'd like to attempt to get council's will to change our minds about our previous agenda and proceed with this, because I think interrupting it mid-debate doesn't make any sense at all. So I would like to, how do we word that, clerks?
Pardon me?
Suspend break to call.
Reconsider council's previous agenda and now suspend the break at 4 o'clock, or just get rid of the break at 4 o'clock so we can proceed with this.
So a couple things, because council did take a motion to change the break time to 4 o'clock and set the Ward Boundary Commission item to be 4:30. We would need to reconsider that decision of council. Once that decision has been reconsidered, council can certainly take any other motion to set your agenda as you would like.
Oh my goodness.
Sorry.
I'll test council's will with a reconsideration.
We're preparing it right now.
Do I have a seconder?
Councillor Walcott seconds it.
While we're waiting, I'll just note that I think it's very not cool to keep our Green Line board like waiting on ice while we take a break and then listen to another matter. I think it's better that we deal with this now.
Thank you for some respect.
Mayor Gondek, the first item that will come up for council's consideration will be to reconsider the decision with respect to the confirmation of agenda and to reconsider the decision to set the afternoon recess to 4 p.m. and to set item 9.4.1 Ward Boundary Commission and recommendations, to follow. Should that motion be successful, we will bring up the following motion to suspend the afternoon recess.
Thank you. Council, you've got this before you. It's been moved. Councillor Penner?
Thanks. I want to just make a really quick note. And with respect to the Green Line Board, the other board that is presenting today is also a citizen board who have been shuffled multiple times. So I can support this. I can support perhaps at some point postponing this item to the call of the chair after we sort of finish this round of amendments. But I think we've given a commitment to another group to present at 4:30, and I think that we should stick to that. I understand, and I thank the Green Line for their patience on this matter. And it is going to be the diligence of council to move through the Board Boundary Commission on that. So that is what I will say. So I will support this with a degree of reservation, as I also scramble to figure out who the heck's going to pick up my kids.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott, please.
I will, in a nutshell, Ward Boundary Commission can wait, and it's just a question of priorities with regards to what it is that we have to do today and what it is the Ward Boundary Commission report is. And the faster we make this decision, the faster we can just let them know about what it is their afternoon looks like and make appropriate timing. We've done this twice today, where we've set different items at different times that have gotten in the way of the biggest project this city has ever built, and I do not want to do that again. So please support this, and we can collectively apologize to the Ward Boundary Commission, but we have to finish this.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Craw.
I'm closed.
Thank you. So you're going to e-scribe to vote on reconsidering the agenda and the decision to recess.
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is carried 13-2 with Councillor Winus and Councillor Chu voting against. So, Madam Clerk.
We have one more motion to follow that. That will be to, again, reconfirm the agenda as amended, as well as to modify the afternoon recess to begin at the call of the chair, should that be required.
I like that better.
Madam Chair, while we're doing this, I wonder if it's appropriate to try and give some certainty to the other citizen board as to when they might more accurately join us? Like, do we want to set it for after the dinner break?
I don't think we should set it. I think what we should do is ask the CAO's office to reach out to the chair of that committee and let them know that this is going to have to wait until Green Line is done. If you could do that, please, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we need a mover and a seconder. Same mover, same seconder. All right. So you have this before you. I don't see anybody in the queue. E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 13-2 with Councillor Winus and Councillor Chu voting against. We don't need to do anything else, right, Madam Clerk? Okay, we're going to keep going with this item. Councillor Spencer had just presented his amendment to the amendment. Did you have a seconder, Councillor Spencer? Remind me. Yes, it was Councillor Winus. That's right. So now I'm going to confirm something. I have Councillors Penner, Carra, and Meehan to speak to this amendment. Then, do I still have Penner, Meehan, Putman, Thaliwal, and Carra on Councillor Sharp's main? He spoke to the amendment. Okay, so let's go with Councillor Penner on this one.
Thanks. I'm not going to be supporting this. And I would actually like to, no, I'm going to wait for Councillor Sharps before I ask a question of administration. Ultimately, great in theory. If this doesn't come to pass, there is nothing built into any of our recommendations, even the way that Councillor Walcott's amendment is written for an alternate for a wind down. So we are actually left in a lurch indefinitely funding a program the way this is written. So just from a technical perspective, if there is no, if not by then this, so I can't support it, and I will come back to about cost sharing when it gets to Councillor Sharps. So not supporting this.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Croix, please.
I'm actually going to debate both this and Councillor Sharp's.
I would prefer that you not. You can be in queue for Councillor Sharps because you actually did not debate on that yet. You debated on Councillor Walcott's.
Yeah, I know I did, but I would like to just,
Just speak to this one, please.
All right, this one does not fix, Councillor Sharp's main for all the reasons that Councillor Penner just eloquently debated, and it leaves us in a tremendous and terrible lurch. I look forward to debating why the main is ridiculous and doesn't even make procedural sense, especially since we inserted Councillor Walcott's sort of contrary poison pill. But this would leave us, this does not solve the problem. And so I will explain what the problem is in my debate on the main. Do not support this because it just doesn't do it.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
So, as introduced by Councillor Sharp, to keep the project going has a $20–30 million a month burn rate. Councillor Spencer's amendment here is to try and get the province to pay for that, which you just said you don't want to back them into a corner, but here you are trying to do that. And I just don't think that that's something that we can realistically afford to do. But don't take my word for it. I'd like to ask for Mr. Darshpreet Bhatti to weigh in, and also for the CAO Duckworth to weigh in on whether this is something that can even realistically be done.
Maybe I'll start and then I'll turn it to Mr. Bhatti. So just talking about the practicality of this, is this even practical? The city would be funding something for a very short period of time. The province would literally have to be taking over all of our contracts and obligations. So is it even practical? But even more important, is a pause even practical or doable? And I think that's where Mr. Bhatti and maybe Mr. Bourne can weigh in. Is a pause practical given the letter that we received on the 3rd? I'm not sure it is.
Simple answer is no. You heard our board chair, Don Fairbairn, speak to it. The letter on September 3rd, there was irreparable damage done on that day alone. So at this point, I don't think there's a viable solution for us to pause and look for a solution that may come in 3 months, and it's not a viable solution.
Nothing to add. Nothing to add.
Okay, thank you. I think that makes the debate on this particular amendment clearer. Like, this is not something that any of us should support as good governors. I'm also shocked to see the people who voted largely against the project to begin with are now voting to keep the project alive with no funding partner. And the main reasons that they said they weren't supportive of it was on financial grounds. And so now to have this additional burn rate added and no funding partner and voting in favor of this actually just makes no sense from a pure governance perspective, and it's just politics now.
All right, let's go to Councillor Chabot.
Yeah, just wondering if the mover would consider a friendly amendment that actually structures it as an A and B, because the way it's currently written, there's really no differentiation between A and B. If it said that the government of Alberta, A, provides a commitment to transfer delivery, and B, agrees to cover the burn rate, I think structurally it would at least allow for those two to be looked at separately and possibly even voted on separately. But the way it's structured right now, it's not really A or B, it's A and B. So is that something that could be considered a friendly?
I'm agnostic. Clerks, I defer to your judgment on what is the best procedural path forward.
So a friendly is not defined in the procedural bylaw. It is up to the mover to make the determination whether they are willing to change it. However, the motion is now on the floor and it does belong to the body, so general consent by everyone would be required to make that change.
Okay, well, I'm just going to save us some time. I see what you're attempting to do, but because it is attached to number 2, I believe it is, it flows. But I see, looking at it without the rest of the amendment, how you arrived at that place, but my sense is it's perfectly legible.
Yeah, I just can't see myself supporting A because I don't think it's realistic, or I believe it's even achievable. And that's why I wanted to be able to provide them as separate items. So if I can't do that, then I'm not going to propose an amendment. I'll just vote against the whole thing.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Demong.
I'll be brief. I don't quite understand this amendment, and I don't quite understand the original motion, because there is no green line to pause. We've been told that over and over again by the Green Line Committee, by our administration. The Green Line was dead on arrival of the letter on September 3rd. Now, if you want to try and somehow save some of the work we've done, I'm all in favor of that, absolutely, and I'm sure that the administration is going to do everything in their power to do that. But this motion, this amendment, just don't make sense. It's done. It's over. Having said that, I just wanted to kind of pop in. Thank you, Green Line Board, for sticking around and watching us kind of do this. Kudos to you guys for your patience. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. On this one, over to you to close, Councillor Spencer.
Thank you, Mayor. The province has asked for a pause for further conversation. That's why what Councillor Sharp has put before you, even though it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, they've asked for it in different ways and through different channels. If the province comes in willing to transfer, and they're actually willing to transfer the project, it fundamentally changes the risk profile for the city, which is still carrying a very large risk profile alongside the wind down. If the province comes forward willing to transfer the project, it is, in my estimation, better for the city to move forward having that transfer conversation. The province saw a viable path forward. We all know a whole list of reasons why we don't think that makes a whole lot of sense, but they saw a viable path forward. Enough so that they pulled the funding, and they should accept the risks of this project as the project owner and begin that transfer immediately. If they're willing to do that, it does change the way that this conversation moves forward. That is why this is before you. This is a short turnaround. That's why the date is on there. We would hear back from them right away on whether or not this is a viable path forward. The lurch, the tremendous and terrible lurch, would be that the mayor would have to call us back if the province doesn't show that they're willing to move in this direction in an agreeable fashion. The mayor would have to reconvene us to put the very good recommendations of administration back in front of us, and we would then vote on those. So I hope you can support this in the effort that we can begin a transfer to the province. Closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Pootmans, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is defeated 7-8 with Councillors Walcott, Penner, Demong, Dhaliwal, Pootmans, Carra, Meehan, and myself voting against. That takes us to continued debate on what Councillor Sharp presented as an alternate. I'm going to Councillor Penner.
Great, thanks. I have a question either for administration or the Green Line team. The funding arrangement and agreements that we have with the provincial government and the federal government, I am assuming that we could not use any portion of those funds for holding or a pause, so any of those costs would 100% be the city's.
There is a definition of eligible costs in these funding agreements. This one probably wouldn't qualify, but, you know, you'd have to try and negotiate the thing, but our working assumption is that they would not cover those costs.
Okay, so to be very clear then, that a pause could result in up to $30 million a month cost incurred by the City of Calgary until we had an alignment that council approved by the provincial government. So they say 3 months, we say longer, most likely, right? Assuming that there's anyone even left who wants to stay on the project and doesn't abandon it. And at that case, that means the project is also then dead.
Right, I would agree with that.
Okay, so no matter what way we look at it, the project is dead.
Well, I think Councillor Walcott actually characterized it very effectively. That project is dead. Any new project may or may not be brought forward.
Yeah, because they may not be.
And as I said in my comments this morning, our responsibility was to figure out a way to preserve whatever value we could for the money that's been expended, and to not spend money on a prospective basis for which there would be no value. And no matter how you slice it, there are some costs and obligations which we are not going to be able to walk away from. Legal challenges will come as they come, and they will be what they will be. We put an estimate in there. We don't know what the number is, but we put an estimate in there. Most of the other costs, they're going to be incurred no matter what.
Great, thank you. Clerks, could you actually just, I think, scroll up to the recommendations that Councillor Sharp had brought forward? Thanks. So I'm just going to debate this. There is no commitment from the provincial government for any future funding. The only thing that they have talked about committing to is another study, another alignment review, some sort of wild whim proposal that is shifted every day as far as I can hear from everything that is coming out. And so we do not have a project, and we do not have a partner in funding anything right now. We only have someone who is committed to doing their own work and who hasn't even truly sent us even a letter of intent to continue working with us on anything else. So Councillor Sharp, I will say if you want, so I'm going to just defeat this in its entirety so we can get to the main. Councillor Sharp, if you want to bring number 2 and number 3 as an amendment to the main that administration has brought forward, I will support 2 and 3 there. And I think we'll have to redefine it and not call it a Green Line LRT. We're going to have to call it a North, South, Central, Southeast. We're going to just have to redefine it because Green Line functionally is dead. So if you want to bring 2 and 3 there, I'll consider supporting it there. But as this all is, I'm just going to defeat it so we can get to the main.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Yeah, we have to stop with words like pause and all of those things, because as has been said by every expert, the day that we got that letter, we no longer had a funding partner at the table. And this is really unfair to so many people who are listening, 1,000 people whose jobs are affected, who many of the councillors who are bringing this didn't support the project to begin with. And now we're making it sound like maybe we can somehow keep a non-existent project going and keep their job, like everyone's working. It's just not something that is going to happen. And so I just think that this is really unfair, this entire conversation. And so I would really like us to be able to just get back to the original recommendations from administration and be honest about what's realistic at this point, which every city expert has already weighed in on. And this is just getting to this insane level of conjecture.
Let's go to Councillor Putmans, please.
I'm done. Thank you.
Let's go to Councillor Thaliwal, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I got a question for Mr. Patti and the board. Can I ask them a question or no? Okay. Sir, first of all, lots of respect for all the great work you guys have done. Years and years of work going down the drain with one letter is not acceptable. I've been on the other side and I know the pain. My question is, has province communicated to you or your board what role are you going to have with this so-called consultant that they're going to hire?
No.
Okay. So do you have a scope of work for you and your board and the other people who are working that they will be pursuing on this green line? And what does the new scope look like?
No. We're looking for a scope of work to manage the next 3 months.
Okay. So yesterday,
otherwise, we don't have a job.
Yesterday we discussed tooth to nail. We talked about every dollar, every cent for taxpayers, $21 million, 1 cent property tax increase, blah, blah, blah. So it could cost 25 to 30 million a month for taxpayers to just for you guys to sit there and wait for province to tell them what they're going to be doing. Eventually they might say they don't want to do anything. They will just bring a new board of theirs.
Well, it certainly won't be $20 to $30 million for the board. That I can guarantee you, because we won't have a job.
Yeah.
Whether the team then becomes part of the administration and the meter keeps ticking at $20 to $30 million is your call.
So you have no scope to work on, and we are saying, take a pause. If you want to sit there.
No, not for us, not for the board.
But
No, the mandate for the board is to deliver phase 1, build the core. That mandate has to be modified, and there's a proposal whereby that's going to be suggested. And if that is done, then the board continues. If that is not done, then the board doesn't have a job.
Yeah.
How you manage the administration side of the thing is no longer something the board would opine on.
But winding down does not mean that the project has come to an end. What it means is, given the direction we got from our funding partner, that they're not interested in this scope, this design, this alignment, then let's start properly putting away our intellectual properties and all that. That's what we need to do, because currently we are not the owners. They have taken literally the ownership from us.
I wouldn't go that far, because we do own it, because we paid for it.
Okay, perfect. So I think this, and number one, it defeats itself because it says, pause the authorization of the green line. Great, given that the project can no longer proceed. So if the project can no longer proceed, what is the point of pausing anything? We just need to wind down, leave it, and if province is interested, dust off, and if they want to look at it, go from there.
That's correct.
Thank you very much. That's it, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Craw, please.
All right, I'm going to offer some debate. I've already called this procedurally inane because it's basically based on a third party who we have no ability to compel to do anything and no reason to trust doing a bunch of things. But what I want to do is I want to take my opportunity to debate to discuss 3 sort of deep problems here. And these are problems that every single elected official at the provincial or council level should not be suffering from at this stage. And yet there's a lot of suffering from these problems. The first one is a deep lack of understanding, right? The Green Line, the problem with the Southeast LRT was that we didn't know how to get the Southeast LRT into a very spatially constrained downtown. We didn't know how to stuff it in there. Right? We've got a very tightly packed downtown that's constrained by heavy rail, by rivers, by escarpment, by established built form, and is space constrained, and we had to figure out how to do that. Same problem with the North LRT. Putting them together actually solves that in a way that works. And if we don't know that by now, we've got serious problems. There is no Southeast LRT that arrives at the edge of downtown and somehow works. It just doesn't work, and we've done all the studying. And if you don't know that as an elected official making decisions about this, that's shocking. There's a deep lack of genuineness taking place here. What the Green Line actually is. We are equivocating so many things. A Southeast 1980s LRT that can't get into the downtown is not the Green Line. whether this is a pause or a kill. The amount of equivocating about that is remarkable and problematic. What is political posturing and what is real? You know, to be accused of trying to deal with reality as politics while politicking and saying that is just, it's wild. And what is fiscally responsible and fiscally conservative? You know, we're asking for scoping reports on a body of work that we want to do while we're facing billions of dollars of cost overruns is just a fantasy. Finally, there's a deep lack of trust here. Our city was built on handshake deals, a respect for the law, the rule of law, and a deep respect for contracts. Why would we even remotely trust this? I've got a member sitting next to me texting with the province saying, they'll do this? What would it take for me to trust enough to do this? As a responsible fiduciary member of this city, of this board, I would need the premier to walk into this chamber, ask us to suspend the procedural bylaw so she could present to us, apologize, and beg us to work with her. Not to expect, not to get these weird back channels that could change at any moment at already the cost of billions. Let's wake up to what's going on here. Do not support this. It's ridiculous. It's a pathetic fantasy.
Let's go to Councillor McLean, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Hard act to follow there. I've seen the video too. We all have like the administration put out. It says explicitly in there that the province is committed to a green line from the deep south to downtown. It talks a lot about the history. We all know the history from the last 10 years where it went from the deep south to the deep north, whatever, from both sides of the city, lots of train stations for $4.5 billion. And then we've seen that escalate and escalate and shorten and shorten. I can tell you one thing, not too many people are happy with the $6.5 billion. Some will call it a stub, some will call it a train from just not really to where the ridership is going to be. But that's not the point. The point is the wind down. I don't want all this work to go to waste. We seem to be in a real hurry to do this. Councillor Mian said it's funny how some are wanted to kill it or trying to save it. I want to save it. I never wanted to kill it. I just wanted to see it being made better. We should leave that opportunity open. Sure, it's going to cost us some money if we want to keep it going, keep everybody employed. But if we're talking cost overruns, I think Councillor Crow mentioned billions. Yeah, we could go maybe another billion. If we don't maybe pause and look at maybe bring in some expertise and some additional help and resources that maybe the province can offer and avoid maybe some downtown risk of the province. Look at other alternatives. Maybe we will save hundreds, maybe billions of dollars. Maybe we can capitalize on additional funding. I just don't see the hurry or the rush that what's another day, another week, another month after 10 years to wind it all down, to wrap it all up and to kill everything that everybody's done. I'd be remorse to see that happen. All this is saying, well, we're going to take a look. We may not get these announcements back, but like in 3, it's talking about working together here. There's just a lot of people not working together. I'm not happy myself with some of the positions of the province, just so you know. That was not very good when the minister said one thing and then a few weeks later said, well, maybe, you know, after they saw the scoping report or to change their minds on that. There's not, like I said, there's plenty of blame to go around here. Let's just not throw out the baby with the bathwater, like we said, or turn over the chessboard. I say to support this simply for the fact that it's going to give us a little more time, cool down a little bit. Let's have these conversations. Maybe there's a way out of this. It'll cost a little bit more money to keep this going, but maybe we save in the long run. I just don't see the rush, why we got to just do this all in a hurry. It seems like a little rush to me. Let's give it a shot. Let's support this and let's see if we can come to some consensus. That's all.
Thank you. I can see that both Councillor Walcott, who's in the queue next, and Councillor Chu want to call something separately. I believe both of you wish to call number 4 separately. I will do that. We'll vote on number 4 first, and then we'll go to all of the others. Okay, so I've honored your request. Let's go back to the queue. It's Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to go back to the decision that we made, the previous, which brings us to this table. There were 3 recommendations. One recommendation was, the third recommendation was to transfer the rest back to the province. I voted against it, and I voted against it for a very specific purpose. I voted against it for two reasons. One of which is when I read the letter from Mr. Dreeshen, and I think follow the conversation that's been had by the mayor with the premier. The letter from Mr. Dreeshen said there's issues that they have with costs, with alignment, with proposed alternatives. But throughout the entire thing, he kept referring to us as Green Line. And he kept referring to that we will come back to this as a Green Line. They referred to it as coming back to work with the city on the Green Line. And there's intent there in what I read by the letter and the comment from the premier that there was intent to continue a Green Line. So having said that, Councillor Sharp has indicated a pause might be more appropriate to understand what that means from the premier and the province. The other thing I also want to say is that this morning I had a conversation with Jeff Binks of the LRT on the Green. I said, posed with the question that was in front of us, transferring it back, are you prepared to accept over $2 billion of wind down costs? Because your letter that came to us and came to all members of council was, do your best to save it, to salvage it, to find some salvation in here to give to people what they want, which is a Green Line. So I ask you to remember that's what they asked us to do as well. The third thing I will say is that, and then again, I'll quote battle analogies. A battle is not a war. A battle is just one element of a war. And this, issue we've got now is just one battle. I don't think everybody's declared the war is over. This project is over, especially when the opponent, if we can call the province an opponent, is prepared to come back and continue this conversation, continue this battle. And having said that, however, we use another analogy, which is gambling. Kenny Rogers says, when we talk about gambler, an analogy, no one to hold him, no one to uphold him. The most important part of that was also knowing when to walk away, because every hand's still a hand. And for that, I owe it to Calgarians, I owe it to the people in Ward 7 who've said many times over, we want transit. And the question is, how do we get to it? Knowing that we do have partners, albeit the partners that are there today may not like the way which we did it originally, may not like the risk, the costs associated with it, but we still do have partners. And from Mr. Fraser, our finance minister, has indicated as well, they're prepared to talk to the province as well. So I think we owe it to Calgarians to continue to have conversation one more time and bring it to some end to say that the battle is truly, this battle is truly over and the war is done. So with that, I will support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Spencer, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Ultimately, this comes down to, for me, the amount of risk that Calgary carries on this project. We already carry an awful lot, and to extend that window in any way, shape, or form without a strategy to mitigate it does not feel like a tenable position for me. But I would mention that the amendment lost very closely. So hopefully it's still a message to the provincial government that I will not be supporting this, but if they do mobilize and come in good faith, turn a leaf and have a transfer conversation with the City of Calgary about becoming the owner of this project, I do believe we'd be on a different footing for this conversation pretty quick. So I will be voting against this, though.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Putmans.
Yes, can we call these individually, please?
Like you would like 1, 2, 3, and 4 separately?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so I'm going to put myself in for debate. Procedural question, Councillor Penner.
I hit that a little soon. I can wait. Go ahead, debate.
So I'm just going to say it took everything in me not to leave the chair to move the recommendations of administration today. That's what I wanted to do. We tasked them to bring us back something in very short order after the government of Alberta terminated the Green Line on September the 3rd. And they came through. They presented a report that's clear, it's robust, it outlines everything that we need to do. Now that the Green Line program, as was presented on July 30th, is done. The letter from Minister Dreeshen clearly states that. The many meetings that administration and I have had with the province tells us they wish for no tunnels and they are not interested at this time in looking at salvaging anything. They are waiting until their consultant's report comes in before they make any decisions. I could not have been more clear about that in the communications that I sent to council multiple times. I have communicated with each of you about what has come out of the meetings I've had with the province, as well as any meetings that I've had with Minister Fraser. I've been transparent with you, and I have tried harder than anybody to keep this project going. I have begged the province to reconsider that letter. I have asked them to please explain to us what components of the alignment they could keep. And the response was clear. We are not interested at this time. Our consultant is going to give us a report, and at the end of December, we'll think about it. So let's be crystal clear here. The Green Line program that was approved in June of 2020 and then reviewed for a year by the province and then agreed upon by the province, that program had to be revisited in July of this year because of inflationary costs. And then the provincial government sent a letter on July 29th and said, we agree with your amended alignment. We can work with this. Got the same confidence letter from the feds. Then they turned around and issued that letter on September 3rd. I do not understand why a government that supported what we were saying on July the 29th had a change of heart on September 3rd. I don't know why they did this. But withdrawing the funding killed the project. There is no more Green Line as we've known it. There is no mandate for the board anymore as we know it. The 1,000 people that work on the Green Line project do not have a project to work on. And I find it fascinating that people are saying, just pause it, don't rush, rush, rush. These are the very same members of council who complained on social media yesterday about potential property tax hikes. These are the very same members of council who are coming now today and saying, we think it's okay to burn $1 million a day. $1 million a day, burn it, to wait and see for 4 months what the province comes back with. Are you kidding me? On the backs of the people who elected you, on the backs of the people we're supposed to serve, and to compromise the financial position of the corporation to whom you have a fiduciary responsibility? This is absolutely ludicrous. I in no way can support this pause because there's nothing to pause. The project is done. I can't support this. I hope none of you support this. Councillor Meehan, you have a procedural question.
I do. Are you going to allow these to be called separately? Because if that's the case, I'm wondering how we get back to administration's main recommendations.
So what we have to do is figure out, as a council, what it is we're trying to accomplish. Okay, so I can ask council clerk to weigh in, but ultimately it is up to the mover, it's up to the amender to determine what needs to be together and what doesn't. So I will ask Councillor Putmans, do you need these all separated, or can you go with the majority that says separate for?
What was the last part?
Councillor Putmans, you want to separate every single one. Your colleagues are okay with separating 4 and leaving the other 3 together. Can you live with that? Because if you can't, we have a massive mess on our hands.
Yes. I can live with 1, 2, and 3.
Okay. All right. So procedural question answered, Councillor Meehan?
So my question then is, whatever stands after this, like let's say there's 2 components of it, let's say one part stands, one part fails, then how do original recommendations come back? Because then we have an alternate instead of the administration recommendations.
Yes, we do. So I know there's a desire for some people to keep 1, 2, and 3 alive. There's a desire by other people to keep number 4 alive. So these are the conflicts that we're facing. I would say if you are on the side of wanting to keep number 4 alive because you want to demonstrate that we are showing the province that we want to have criteria and that we are showing the province that we want to pass the risk on to them, this is not the way to do it. Let the original recommendations from administration come back if this fails and bring all of number 4 at that point. We've created a Frankenstein.
I'll withdraw.
Thank you. I would ask respectfully that we put all 4 of these together, that they go together and no one requests separating them. Can I get general consent to that? Nope. So Madam Clerk, I have to honor separating 4 from everything else. But if number 4 passes, we cannot bring the main recommendation. Madam Clerk, I'm asking you, if number 4 passes, can we still bring the original recommendations?
We might need a moment, Mayor Gondek, to sort through that, because the issue that we're going to have to sort through is how does administration's recommendation come back? Does it come back through a potential reconsideration? We haven't explored that path fully. Or will a member of council just move another main motion without notice, which Section 98 of the procedure bylaw does allow? I would really just need a minute to think that through, because this is absolutely unprecedented in terms of how to navigate forward.
Thank you for taking the time to think that through. I think it's important for council to think through what we're trying to accomplish as well. Councillor Demong, do you have a procedural question?
Considering that this is an alternate recommendation and that there is a other recommendation that is ready to go, the original recommendation, should this not be automatically be a yes, no separation? Because if even a portion of this remains, that means the next set of recommendations cannot come forward. So it would be my, after years of watching clerks do this, recommendation to say, this must stay together as a recommendation. It either passes or it fails as one. Secondly, if you want 2 and 3, I actually agree with 2 and 3. Bring it as a motion arising after this fails and the next set of recommendations passes. That's my recommendation.
As an amendment?
Motion arising, either or.
Motion arising, okay. Very wise advice.
I would just weigh in and say that a request by a member of council has been made to separate it, so I appreciate the previous practice, but we are in a position where a member of council has requested that number 4 be called separately, and I can't weigh in on that. That was a request made. So to keep it together, someone would have to withdraw their request to call number 4 separate.
Let me ask one more time. Can I please get your general consent to not separate any of these so we can have a clean vote? Whoever doesn't agree, please put on your microphone and say no.
No.
Councillor Chu does not give consent, so this council is now in a lurch. The only other thing I can advise you is if you don't want any of this, then vote against both things. And if you do want some of it, then vote for it. But this is ridiculous. I can't believe general consent can't be achieved. Madam Clerk, I guess it's number 4 first.
Mayor Gondek will prepare.
Oh, yeah. Councillor Sharp, you get to close, of course.
That's okay. Lots going on. Again, thanks administration. I know it's not easy to sit here and listen to some of this. Not against you, remember that. This is a political hot potato over here, and politics sometimes plays a role in our jobs because we're politicians. But just to be clear, many of us that voted against the Green Line in July didn't vote because we didn't want the project. We voted on the scope, and we can all go back to see that. What we see in front of us from administration is a last resort to wind down, and no level of government is telling us to do that. Winding down this project actually spends a lot more money than just pausing for, the next 90 days. This is an opportunity to pause, try and level set, try different collaborative. I'm closing, do you mind? Okay. an opportunity to pause, try and level set, and try a different collaborative approach. Worst thing that can happen is the province actually says no. But I do need to say one thing for some of you who continually use your debate to cut me down and call my work stupid in your own made-up words and make this super political. So good for you. You're ready to give it up and call this a fantasy. I'm actually showing up to at least try. Calgarians elected us to represent them, not yield to party politics because it's a government you don't like. And I think that's actually pathetic. And I'm closed.
Thank you. All right, we are going to vote on number 4 first, and then 1, 2, and 3 will be coming together. So you're going to e-scribe to vote on number 4.
Mayor Gonda, call the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's defeated 2-13 with councillors Walcott, Spencer, Penner, Winus, Chu, Demong, Dhaliwal, Putmans, Sharp, Chabot, Kara, Meehan, and myself voting against. We are now going to items 1, 2, and 3 together as a bundle.
That's correct. That's how we've put them back together, Mayor.
We're just waiting for it to come on the screen. Yeah.
Thanks. Thank
Okay,
you for
so
your
you can see
patience.
1, 2, and 3 are bundled together. Please go to e-scribe to vote.
Mayor Gonda, call the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? Motion is defeated 6-9 with councillors Walcott, Spencer, Penner, Demong, Dhaliwal, Putmans, Kara, Meehan, and myself voting against. I'm going to go to councillor Penner, who asked to move the main.
I'll take a minute. So let's acknowledge the truths that do exist. It is absolutely within the purview of our funding partners to review projects that they co-invest in. However, this work, those reviews have been completed at length throughout the tenure of the program, from conceptual design, even if it was on a napkin, to the actual engineering and costing and the final approval by multiple and subsequent councils, and councils who have consistently committed to being the majority funder of the Green Line. For the Minister of Transportation to continue to reiterate false narratives that through thoughtful evaluation of the various scenarios to insinuate that they have not been completed is disingenuous, and it is dangerous in the pursuit of public interest and trust. Intentionally promoting mistrust in another order of government, but also in the numerous public servants on this project, is disheartening. Good relationships are not built through leak letters to the media, nor well-produced, yet factually incorrect videos on social media. The well-studied alignment approved by Council was on track to serve Calgarians. The conceptual alignments that have been put forward by the provincial government, and at this point there are many, do not meet the objectives and needs of Calgarians. And yes, while the costs have escalated, those are due to factors that are far outside of any council or provincial government's control. So there are still, again, many things about the city's alignment that we had approved that remain true and will remain true as the province reviews yet again something different. What hasn't changed is where people live and the subsequent ridership projections that supported a downtown first approach. What hasn't changed is the incredible amount of businesses and services along the city's approved route and future expansion plans who are now left with outstanding questions about their respective investments. What hasn't changed is the need to balance transit with the free flow of traffic and pedestrians in the downtown and the Beltline, mitigating congestion and safety concerns, which led to the need for a tunnel. What hasn't changed is the years of technical work by our experts that repeatedly reinforced the city's alignment, and I'm going to take umbrage with Councillor McLean's comments that we needed expertise from other people when they are sitting here in the room with us right now, and they've been insulted by members on this council time and time again for not being the right people. And that is wholly inappropriate when your responsibility is first and foremost to this organization and the people who work for this organization. So unfortunately, despite these truths, and despite the free and open access to this information, the provincial government has ignored the evidence and pulled funding, leaving council with no choice but to wind down the project. And some of my colleagues have tried to argue this isn't the case, despite the overwhelming data and evidence and what is actively happening on the project, even with respect to staff and contractors. Upon receiving the provincial letter, I asserted that the cost to wind down this project would be more than the province could have additionally supported with finances to get to Shepherd. Council knows that is now true. I assert today that the cost the provincial government is going to spend trying to redevise something and engineer and cost that out will be more than what it would have costed to get from Shepherd to Seton, and that they could have just come in as equal funding partners and gotten us to exactly where they wanted to go and where we needed this train to go, but they backed out of that commitment. So to be clear, we are now spending $2.1 billion, likely more, 1/3 of the planned costs, based on our preliminary estimates of wind down to get 0 kilometers of track versus $6.2 billion to get nearly 10 kilometers of a foundational line to serve Calgarians. This is not a good deal for Calgarians. This is wholly due to the provincial government pulling out of the program. And we have said it many times, and I don't know how many more times we need to say it to be true, to get some of my colleagues to understand that that is the truth. So to the thousands of Calgarians who are losing their jobs, I am sorry. I know this abrupt change of course is likely causing you much stress. And with all the hope that was created at the end of July, you find yourselves just weeks later living in uncertainty.
Councillor Penner, you're at time. Thank you. Can I get a seconder for this, please? Councillor Meehan? Thank you. I am going to go to Councillor Walcott, who's in the queue with an amendment.
Same as before. So simply just, this one will be for the number 12 versus number 4. So with that, I'll just move it. We've already debated it, no need to do it again.
All right, so we've got an amendment before us. Councillor Cross seconding it. Thank you. Is there anyone wishing to debate this? I'm not. Who will? Councillor Crow, please go ahead.
Yeah, there's a lot of good things and necessary things in this. I just want to spend a little bit of time on 2. One big, one relatively small but important. The criteria for what the Green Line is, which remains to be fantastically misunderstood by people who should know better, are embedded in this. So I think it's important to be very clear about what it was that we were proposing to build and what its performance specifications are, and establish the baseline for whatever next project comes along. And I think it's very similar to the arena deal. You know, we found ourselves in a situation where a deal fell apart, and I think in that case the deal fell apart for a good reason, because we were building something that didn't work for any party, and we came back and we built something that is meeting and exceeding performance specifications. It's critical to put those on the table now, and these are incredibly well thought out. They reflect citizen groups' deep involvement in this, 10 years of study and third-party verification, so that's really important. The other thing I just want to speak to is the Ogden block. There are two incredibly important pieces of heritage on Ogden's Main Street. One is the old CP Rail Hotel, which is now lovingly looked after by the Victory Outreach Foundation, housing people and acting as a center for community. The other one is the Ogden block, just a couple doors down. There are no more doors there. It's a wasteland cleared for the Green Line that who knows what will take place. But the Ogden block remains. It was built by Chinese immigrants, and they ran a business there. They ran the laundry that served the community and the Ogden shops, and it speaks to Ogden's deep dream for Ogden Road to be the main street that that community was promised and that never came. And it's lying there, derelict, in the middle of open fields, and this directs administration to come back with a plan for what to do with it and to respect our Chinese heritage and our community's heritage. So I don't know what the plan's going to be, but that's an important piece of work that's flapping in the breeze. Please support everything, and particularly those things.
All right, I'm going to ask a question. Councillor Spencer, you're in the queue to debate on this amendment. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. Again, there's things in this I like. I love the responsibility for delivery to be borne by the government of Alberta. I love the responsibility for all risk, financial, contractual, other. Number 4, I think it's premature for us to start directing funds associated with this to other priorities when we don't know where we're going to end on this. It's also duplicating direction in other places, in other admin recommendations. So in my mind, it's timing-wise, it's not, we don't need this right now. So I will be voting against this amendment.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Penner, please.
Thanks. So I will be supporting this amendment. I would like to just reiterate that some of those things that I said that are true, where people live, the commitments that they're wanting to transit, where businesses are co-locating their investments, all of that is captured here and really reinforces actually what we have heard from Calgarians about the importance and the strategic alignment of what would have been the Green Line. And so I think continuing to advocate for those commitments shows our strength and our responsibility to the investments that we have made to try to maximize those investments, but understanding that even with this, something is going to be wholly different. But we are still doing the work and being responsible and responsive to what we've heard from Calgarians.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor. Actually, my question was on procedure on this amendment, and that is that this amendment was originally posed as part of an amendment to an initial amendment on a previous. And is it, a question of clerks, is it appropriate to bring a defeated amendment forward on a motion like this?
The actual amendment was not defeated. The amendment was, it was carried by council. What the procedure bylaw provides as a rule, and as I said, I'm going to need just a little bit more additional time, is that a member may make a motion described in a previous subsection if council votes for reconsideration of the original motion. And what I am not hearing here is that there would be a desire to reconsider the full entire original motion, which was the alternate, and the amendment has passed. So council, we are just working our way through the procedure on this right now. If I can come back to you in a few moments, that I can give you proper advice. We are working really hard to get to the procedural path for this.
Sorry, my apologies. Only because I left my hearing aids upstairs, I didn't hear everything. Did you say that the previous amendment, this amendment and the previous was not defeated? I thought it was defeated 10-2, or only 2 vote in favor.
The amendment was carried, Councillor Wong, when Councillor, I'm just referring to my notes, one moment.
Sorry?
When Councillor Walcott made the amendment to add the new recommendation number 4, that motion was carried 9-6. So the amendment was passed by council. It was the main motion as amended that was defeated. That's where the difference is.
So because we voted against that on the main, it's permitted, is what you're saying?
I am not saying that, Councillor Wong. What I have said is that this has gotten very procedurally complex and that I need additional time to sort through it.
Given you need time, do we need to pause this question?
Council can continue with their other questions. I just need a moment to huddle with my team to be able to provide you with advice because the procedure bylaw is not clear in the circumstance that we have found ourselves in.
Thank you. I wait. Thank you.
Please.
Yeah, I will support this. I recognize that there are parts, like Councillor Spencer pointed out, that he feels are premature. I would rebut that. I mean, draft a clear set of criteria on when we will engage. This is what our project has always been about. It's been about making sure that we're funding something that has the Government of Canada at the table as a funding partner, which is a necessity. A commitment to a north-south LRT line from 160th Ave North to the community of Seton. Like, that is just reaffirming our commitment to the vision of the Green Line that we have always had. And while I understand that some folks in the South may be interested in changing that because maybe the political waters are such that you might be able to deliver something in the South, we have an obligation when you take an oath of office to the city to all Calgarians and everyone in the city. And right now, we're going to just walk away from building in the North, or a commitment to build in the North just doesn't make any sense to me. So, you know, I was elected with a mandate to always advocate for the full line. And that's what this draft set of criteria is really getting at. So I really hope that people support this.
Thank you. Councillor Putmans, you're in the queue. Is it on this amendment? Okay, go ahead.
Yes, thank you for Councillor Walcott for presenting this. What I like about it particularly is it's the one piece that I've seen that we can support that doesn't present an utterly finite future. In other words, there's opportunity to seek criteria, opportunity to reach out, and I think there has to be some sense of that in the work we're producing today. So on that basis alone, I'm supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Chabot, I see that you're in on the main and not on this. So we'll just wait a minute. Madam Clerk, why don't we recess for a few minutes so that you have the time?
I would really appreciate that.
How much time do you think you need?
10 minutes, please.
Okay, we'll recess for 10 minutes. We'll be back at 5:20. All right, everybody, we're back from recess. Madam Clerk, we should do another roll call.
Yes, please, because we do have members that are now participating remotely. On the roll, Councillor Pootmans. Councillor Sharp.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Spencer.
Here.
Councillor Walcott.
I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Wong.
Here.
Councillor Wyness. Councillor Carra.
Here.
Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Chu. Councillor Demong.
Yep.
Councillor Dhaliwal. Councillor McLean. Councillor Meehan. Councillor Penner. And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, thank you for the short recess.
Thank you. Do you want to weigh in on Councillor Wong's question?
Sure, I will start. Mayor Gondek, so members of council, thank you very much for giving me the time to review the procedure bylaw while not in a live meeting. There is a procedural rule with respect to motions that are the same or substantially the same that would require reconsideration. Upon review, that motion in my opinion, that motion applies to main motions. And the amendment that Councillor Walcott brought forward was an amendment which is considered a secondary motion. So in my opinion, the rules that we have do not apply. Therefore, his motion as put forward right before we went on recess would be properly put. I will then defer to the chair as the procedure bylaw requires the chair to make that determination in consultation with the clerk.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I appreciate the team looking through this very carefully. I appreciate your thoughtfulness on this. Given that you've indicated that it expresses a motion and it doesn't refer to a secondary motion, I will trust your advice on this. Councillor Wong, does that answer your question? Yes, I do. Okay, thank you. That's it on the amendment. I don't see anybody else in the queue on the amendment. So Councillor Walcott, I'm going to go to you to close on the amendment.
Thank you so much. I know the decisions that we make today, they're going to have such long-lasting impacts on the way that we negotiate how the Green Line winds up. But in the end, I reiterate, this is a new project that the province is proposing, and we have to protect ourselves to not have the same issues that have plagued us for the last 10 years come forward again. So with that, I'm closed.
Thank you. Council, you're going to e-scribe to vote on this amendment that was brought by Councillor Walcott.
Councillor Walcott, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Sharp, your vote, please.
No.
Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 10-5 with Councillors McLean, Spencer, Chu, Sharp, and Chabot voting against. That takes us back to the main as amended. The next person I have in the queue is Councillor Chabot.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. And I too want to thank everyone and for everything they've done over the years to get us to where we are with what was proposed as the alignment for the Green Line, which I supported. I didn't support the funding mechanism. So for me, it wasn't about the scope. It wasn't about the length. It was about the funding mechanism that we did for the add-on. Just wanted to be clear on that. I find myself challenged with voting for all these recommendations. There are many of these recommendations that are absolutely essential, and it's kind of hard to vote against. But I struggle with recommendation number 5, which is to vote to wind down. I know the cost to wind down looks at a total of $2.1 billion. I remain optimistic that somehow we'll be able to find a solution that will allow us to be able to move forward with and preserving some of those assets. And I know parts of number 5, again, talks to that. So it's kind of hard to separate out the bad from the good in that. So I'm not going to ask for it to be called separately, at least not broken out separately. I'm just going to ask that you call recommendation number 5 separately. For me, the rest of it all flows and is essential. So I will be supporting all the rest of the recommendations, but please call number 5 separately. I believe it stands alone, and therefore I will be voting against that.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I go into debate on this one, I just will say on question number 5, administration, are there any other parts of the motion that is linked to 5?
I think, just off the top of my head, number 4, providing resources for the actions in number 5, as well as the proposed changes to the Green Line Board bylaw, which is number 6. And then number 7, reporting on these activities is linked. Number 8, reporting to the executive committee is also linked. 10 is also linked. So a number of them are. Thanks.
So I guess the question I have is, if we were to vote on 5 separately and it gets defeated, right, then how do you do the other ones?
I'm just going to ask, there's 2 people in the queue. Ms. Flowen and Clerk Martin wish to weigh in as well. Can we just do that? Okay.
Clerk Martin can go first.
Thank you. Mayor Gondik, I just wanted to highlight for members of council awareness prior to proceeding to the vote is that recommendation 9 from administration does recommend a reconsideration. So after the main motion as amended is moved, we will need to cast the vote separately on recommendation number 9 because it will require a 2/3 vote. So that one we definitely have to separate out. Thank you.
Thank you, and that's because we're undoing a decision to pass a bylaw. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Flood.
Yeah, as for number 6, the amendments to the Green Line Board bylaw, I would leave that in. If council doesn't direct the wind down or termination of the project, then the power just simply won't be used. But I think it's useful just to have it in there.
Thank you. Okay. I guess, again, closing this chapter on this Green Line and winding it down is something I regret that we have to do. But I understand, again, all the arguments where the provinces pulled funding and therefore canceled the project on their part. And I understand that members of council are debating that. No, we don't. And there's no way to pause it and move forward. So therefore, we're at this stage. One of the things I will say, and therefore I will support this, but one thing I will say is that when it was characterized that people voted against this project and therefore voted in favor of the project, I want to clearly say that I voted in favor of the Green Line on July 30th. I voted in favor of moving forward on a number of different things. What I was opposing is the way we do it, simply because, again, I have faith. I have faith in Calgarians, and they have faith in me. I have faith in our government, and I also have faith in our provincial government. Despite that, and again, as I said the last time we're here, I'm not a great politician. I am not a great politician. Therefore, I'm not getting political about this all. We are about doing the right things and doing the right way and delivering value. So I will support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Thank you. I'm just going to start by thanking the Green Line Board for your expertise and everything you've done to this date. Really appreciate the independent and best professional advice that you've given us. And it takes a lot to put your name forward for these type of public positions, and you're not immune to the scrutiny from the public and from members of this council in a way that has been completely unfair, I think. And so I would just really like to thank you. I'd also like to thank Darshpreet Bhatti and his team, who've done just such a fantastic job with the Green Line. And your steady hand and leadership has been something that we've relied on through these tumultuous times. So thank you for your service, and to Wendy and Saeed as well. Thank you so much for everything you've done. And to everyone on the Green Line team and all the contractors and everyone who's been a part of this, I just want to thank you for everything, because I know that you've put your best foot forward, and it wasn't fair to be caught up in this type of situation. And so I'm thinking about you and your families, and never for a second do I question the integrity of the work that you did or what this corporation stands for. I do think that we're in a time of pervasive distrust of expertise, particularly from those in the highest offices of power within this province. And I think that's why we find ourselves in this position. And I feel like politics is taking a front seat and governance is taking a back seat. And I really didn't think that I would see this day, and I'm very sad that we find ourselves here. And I mostly just think about the collateral damage to the people. Money is one thing, but there's very real people who won't be riding transit anytime soon as a result of this decision, and so many people's jobs impacted by just the inability to come together and to collaborate on something where there absolutely is a possibility to do this. I think it's just incredibly sad that if the province did not agree with the alignment as they said, that they've approved it multiple times, and that, you know, even in July, they're still saying that they support this project and that we can bank on the money, and then to be here a month later with no attempts from them to try and salvage a project, and many attempts by this council to continuously try and see how we can salvage something. But there is nothing left to salvage, and I really believe that they will just continue to delay and push this project until it is something that completely politically works for them, and by that time it won't work for Calgarians that we are elected to serve. So it's a very sad day that I will be supporting these recommendations.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Spencer, please.
Thank you, Mayor. It's going to be weird out the other side of this for a whole host of reasons. It feels like not that long ago, I was in conversations talking about the excitement of reaching the 60% design and starting to think about what station designs could look like in Shepherd and how that would transform a really vibrant and active shopping complex that is very car dependent, and thinking about how that would change the way people interacted with that space and got in and out of there. And that's just one example. This has been a part of the imagination of people in my ward for as long as I've lived there and years before. And I sure hope that this isn't the sunset on that dream. Certainly my hope is that there is a path forward in the future that includes a trilateral partner, full faith, working relationship between the various levels of government, bringing what is a very important project to Calgarians. I need to add my voice to Councillor Meehan and others to say thank you to the Green Line team. I remember the day that Darshpreet arrived and how the conversation immediately elevated and how I went from asking a lot of questions to getting a lot of answers. I remember having conversations with the Green Line team and the Green Line board and having countless public concerns answered in very robust detail. So I need to publicly state, I believe we had amazing people on this project, and it's gutting that we are saying goodbye to the level of expertise that we were able to pull together around this project, and that's happening right now, regardless of any decisions we made today. I will be supporting the wind down. I don't want to. I don't want to say goodbye to this project and be in this situation where we're feeling like its future is so precarious, but let's be honest, it's felt like that for a while, and things need to fundamentally change, and we need good faith partnership conversations between the various levels of government, and I sure hope that the province is willing to turn over a new leaf, do some soul searching, look at what it is they wrought, and come back on a fresh footing and look at this thing again. I sure hope, but we will wait and see. So again, thank you to everyone. I also want to say, Mayor, I didn't necessarily realize all that you were doing in behind the scenes. That's just starting to come out in some conversations about all the extra hours that you dedicated to conversations. I had a glimpse, but I don't think I fully understood all that you were doing to try and keep this project moving forward. So I even heard you advocating to keep particular contractors on board to potentially keep the southeast portion of this project. So thank you for all the work that you've done on this as well. With that closed, and also just for consistency's sake, clerks, if we can call 12 separate And I've already litigated that a few times. It's not that I think there's really good things in there. Timing's just off.
Okay. So you're done your debate, but you're not closing. So just making sure that everyone knows that.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. I'm just going to weigh in as well. There's some interesting things that have come out of this debate, and there's commentary that this has become political. And I just want to say that, yes, this is political in many ways, but I do also want to stress that when you call out a partner who happens to be a government for reckless behavior, that's not playing politics. That's actually speaking the truth. And in this case, it's speaking truth to power. We are talking about the government that holds reins over us. And we are speaking the truth about what has happened here. It is the truth to say that we don't know what their plan is. It is the truth to say that we can't predict anything. It is truthful to say that we don't know what the oversight, delivery, or risk management on this project will look like. It is the truth when CFO Mail said that there is real human impact here. And some of those people are sitting just behind you in that front row today. It is absolutely the truth to say that there's no recovering from this from a trust and confidence perspective, as was so eloquently summarized by Vice Chair Bourne today. It is the truth to say that Council joined with administration to do joint advocacy on this project. Many members of Council participated in the advocacy work. It is the truth to say that the Government of Alberta administration was regularly updated on project costs, as well as plans and next steps. It is the truth to say that over the last 10 years, we have worked extensively and exhaustively with both orders of government. It is the truth to say that we are going through about $20 to $30 million a month in burn rate on this project. It is also the truth to say that we know design change will come with the alignment change that's being proposed. It is the truth to say that this will need to be a re-procurement. There will need to be a new design. There will need to be contracts that have to be bid on. There will have to be collaboration with the federal government to get funding. And then there will have to be collaboration with the city. These are all facts. This is not an opinion, and is most certainly not a political opinion. So when you lay out what's happened in the situation that we're in, which is one that none of us wanted to be in, there is an order of government that needs to take responsibility for their action. And there's another order of government, which is ours, that needs to do the right thing, which is to wind this project down, although it's not what any of us wanted to do. So I appreciate the debate from my colleagues. I very much appreciate the leadership that has been shown by Mr. Fairburn, Mr. Bourne and Ms. McLeod, your leadership by being here today, the leadership of Mr. Putty and Ms. Tynan as we did advocacy on this project, and your entire team. I can't thank you enough for almost bringing to bear a project that would have set the future in action. And I'm so sorry that you're experiencing what you are today. And I will say one more point of truth. It is the truth that this is absolutely devastating for our city. It's nothing short of that. I came into this meeting today feeling very much like I was going to a funeral. That's how incredibly important this project was to our city. And it is a travesty that it's gone. Over to you, Councillor Penner, to close.
I'm just going to pick up what I didn't get to finish in my open, and I will not be long. To administration who have worked diligently on this project in support of Council's goals, thank you. I texted one of you last night and said I was going to cry, and it is the absolute truth. To the thousands of Calgarians who have been champions for the Green Line, thank you. I know you have made decisions about where you live and work and build your future, and that has been compromised. I want to leave with, if I can, a little bit of hope and a commitment, a personal commitment to public transit in our city, that I will continue to pursue all the opportunities possible to build and fund this critical infrastructure. And that means that I leave my door open always to working with any order of government regardless of political affiliation, to deliver for the needs of Calgarians. I have always done that. I will always do that. And so, with a heavy heart, I move the recommendations and ask administration to wind down the Green Line program. Closed.
Thank you. We are going to the vote, and Madam Clerk, are we voting on number 12 separately first?
Number 12 is ready to go first, and then we'll follow with number 9.
All right. Please, yes. What's the?
And 5.
Okay, so 12 is first, then it's 9, and then it's 5? Is that right? Okay.
That's what we've prepared.
So right now, Council, you're voting on number 12. Please go to e-scribe.
Councillor Walcott, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Wong, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Contic, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 10-5 with Councillors McLean, Spencer, Chu, Sharp, and Chabot voting against. We will now go to number 9, Madam Clerk.
That's correct, Mayor Contic, and you will see number 9 be cast in a series of votes. So the first one is that with respect to Bylaw 6B 2024, Council reconsider giving first reading to Bylaw 6B 2024. That's the first portion.
Okay, so please go to e-scribe to vote on this.
Councillor Walcott, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Contic, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is carried unanimously. Madam Clerk, do you want me to do the readings of the bylaw now?
Not on this one just yet, Mayor Contic. The first thing that we need to do is, we're still in number 9. Now that the reconsideration motion was carried, the next motion that's required is, again, with respect to Bylaw 6B 2024, that Council now rescind first reading of Bylaw 6B 2024. And there is no bylaw reading to follow.
That's right.
This is simply a rescinding. Thank you.
Okay, please go to e-scribe on this one.
Councillor Walcott, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Contic, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. And now number 5.
No, now will be the final part of section number 9, and administration is looking for council's direction that, again, with respect to bylaw 6B 2024, that council abandon bylaw 6B 2024.
All right, it's on the screen before you, everyone. E-scribe to vote.
5 next. Councillor Walcott, your vote, please.
Yes.
Mayor Contic, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? It's carried 14-1 with Councillor Chabot voting against.
Now we will go to recommendation number 5.
Okay. So council number 5 is coming up on the screen. Number 5 is on the screen before you. Please go to e-scribe to vote.
Councillor Walcott, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Meehan, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Contic, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 10-5 with Councillors McLean, Chu, Wong, Sharp, and Chabot voting against. What's next, Madam Clerk?
Next, we'll bring up the remainder of the recommendations, which will be recommendation number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 6, number 7, number... That's right. Number 8, number 10, and number 11. Following the vote on those recommendations is when the bylaw reading will need to be made.
Got it. Thank you.
It's just taking a minute because we're manipulating the votes. Thanks for your patience. Council, thank you for your patience. The remainder of the main motion as amended is before you on the screen.
Thank you. Please go to eScribe to vote.
Councillor Walcott, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. Readings of the bylaw. First reading of bylaw 43M 2024. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 43M 2024. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 43M 2024. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 43M 2024. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Now, Madam Clerk, I believe we have motions arising.
That's correct, Mayor Gondik.
Okay. The first one is coming from, I believe it's coming from Councillor Penner, seconded by Councillor Carra. It is, yeah, it's going to come up on the screen.
That's the one I just sent.
Go ahead, Councillor Penner.
Thanks. This is fairly straightforward. This just notifies our funding partners with the Government of Alberta and the Government of Canada, and also just for the mayor to continue to meet with the minister at the federal level to discuss if and any next steps with respect to their funding and any funding commitments as we close out the project.
Thank you. I don't see anyone in the queue, so I'll go to you to close.
Post.
Thank you. eScribe to vote, please.
Councillor Walcott, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Wong, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. We have another motion arising from Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. I think clerks will have that. It should be an MA from previous amendment put forward by Councillor Sharp.
Councillor Sharp is
so-
seconding. Go ahead, Councillor McLean.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we've already pretty much debated this. I still think there's merit to pass this. I think even Councillor Demong agreed that this was, there's some merit to these. So, yeah, that's, we've already talked this through.
Okay, let's go to Councillor Demong.
Can't seem to work the microphone. I'm curious as to whether we should continue to refer to it as the Green Line LRT. So I'm just wondering if there would be a friendly, would the mover be willing to allow us to just change it to an LRT line? What, a purple line?
There's a request.
I'm fine with that. That's
As a
friendly.
friendly?
That's friendly.
Okay. Madam Clerk, were you able to capture it?
We were, and just because the motion's already been moved and seconded, if we can look for council's general consent to accept the friendly, please.
General consent. Anybody opposed to general consent? Councillor Wong, you're opposed?
Sorry. Even though you say LRT.
Wait, you have to get in the queue because
sorry.
Councillor Craw is before you.
Okay.
Okay. Do I have general consent, everybody? Is anyone opposed to this change?
Could I just can I just ask that it would be made in both places where it says green line?
That's what I said.
Okay.
In recommendation number 1, and also in the last sentence that begins with the word and. We'll catch them in both.
Right, let's go to Councillor Craw.
Yeah, just wordsmithing. I completely agree with Councillor Demong that we should not call it a green line. I mean, unless potentially it meets green line criteria. I think if we call it a LRT or an LRT, that's a little bit too vague. And I'm suggesting we say a green line replacement. That way we're not calling it the green line. We're keeping the door open. What? It's not a, well, it could be a replacement. It keeps the door open.
So I'm going to look to the mover, if you would consider that friendly as well.
Yeah, it's all friendly to me. Just, I think we're on the same goal here.
And general consent as well?
Is there anyone opposed to that? No, it looks like we've got consent. Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Wong.
Despite all that, I was going to suggest deliver a north central southeast LRT. That's very, I'm sorry, but that reaffirms what we're talking about here. Thank you.
Once again, Councillor McLean, we've got 2 friendlies that have been combined. We've got another one coming at you.
North central southeast LRT.
You're scoping the project. Councillor McLean, you don't have to accept it.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Councillor Demong, can I get you to turn?
There we go. Yeah, I think we're wordsmithing too much now. I think it encompasses what we're trying to achieve here without putting in scoping, like I overheard Councillor Sharp or somebody else say.
Okay, let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Yeah, I have a question for administration. Is Green Line a protected name?
Does anyone know the answer to that? We don't think we have a great answer unless Mr. Batty has a.
There are other green lines in the U.S., so that name's been used by other agencies as well.
So I don't think the name is protected. I would say in the last sentence, to develop a work plan within the next 90 days would be very difficult for administration to report back in the next 3 months with a work plan when we're not sure what the province will be bringing forward. And so just want to set expectations. So to be clear, it's the team of City of Calgary Council, Admin, Alberta Administration Admin, and the Government of Canada Administration Admin to come back with a work plan. Is that what you're suggesting? Because if this is administration to develop a work plan, we would have a hard time developing a work plan when we're not sure
what the plan is, if that makes sense.
So I think that's a question to the mover that you can address when we come back to you.
Can you please repeat that one more time?
The last sentence says, direct administration to develop a work plan within the next 90 days to expeditiously move forward on how to deliver a replacement LRT. Administration will not know what the plan from the provincial government is within the next 90 days. So we will not be able to fulfill the request to report back with a work plan.
Okay, that can be addressed in the mover's close.
It's still my turn, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I thought you were done.
No, sorry, I wasn't done. Jim Thompson just jumped in to clarify something, but it's still my turn in terms of I asked a question to administration, but now I would like to debate. Is that okay? Okay. Almost irrespective of what this says, we should not be supporting this. Already administration has told you they can't deliver on this, but this is not something that this council can or should try and save. Like this is something that the government of Alberta wants to take over and wants to do, and if they want to deliver transit for Calgarians, they can deliver transit for Calgarians in whatever way possible that they feel is going to win them an election, which is what they're making their decisions on. And I think to put something forward like this, if they want to engage with us, they will engage with us. If they want to build something, they will build it. If they want to defund something, they will defund it. So I don't understand why people think that we have any power in this situation to get them to come to a table on something, to get them to look at expert advice. All of this is just insanity. So please vote against this, because I'm not signing up Calgarians for further abuse from this government.
Let's go to Councillor Thaliwal, please.
Thank you, Mayor. GM Thompson just answered one of my questions, but I'd really have discomfort with that statement, directs administration to come up with a work plan on move forward on how to deliver a green line replacement LRT. I mean, they can't come up with a work plan because they don't even know what is the plan of the province. I mean, it's like we are asking them to restart another version of Green Line right from the scratch. So I don't know if the mover can a little bit touch on that and see if we can change the wording and see till we hear from the province what their plan is. I don't know. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Sharp.
GM Thompson, would the word working group satisfy administration by it's not administration technically bringing us forward? It's the working group that the province is to strike.
I think if the province struck a working group and if we were responding back with a status update and not a work plan, just thinking of the timeline right now, that we could deliver on that probably.
Okay, so then the mover could change that to working group, and that probably satisfies some of the issues around the word administration.
And so it would be that working group and with a status update and not a work plan.
I guess they have to strike the working group first, and they have to be okay with this. So we're kind of preempting the fact that they either are or not. So it's a motion arising, and if they say no, well, then no one has to do anything. If they say yes, and you're on there, GM Thompson, you'll know exactly what they're asking for. Thank you.
They're together.
So I'm going to ask the mover, are you comfortable with that change as a friendly?
Yeah, I understand the concerns of we have to see what the province comes back with first. So rather than put in wording, wait for that, let's go with working group and what was the last we just said, Jim Thompson, like a
status update instead of a work plan.
Yeah, I'm totally agreeable with that.
Okay, I will go to Councillor Penner.
Thanks. So I indicated earlier that I would support this, and so I just want to be really honest about why I'm going to vote no, is because I've heard debate from a couple of my colleagues on why not to support this. I also think that when we look at appointing counsel to this, there are sort of like layers of administration that need to come with that. So like, would we be ready for org day? Like, let's say that, and so to me, there are so many unknowns with a partner who has. And who's not a partner. And I don't know why we keep calling them a partner. I think that we just keep using this hopeful language. So I can't. The more I sit on this and what I've heard, I cannot And I cannot commit administration to doing anything more on this than the necessary work to wind down. That should be the focus and the priority of what administration is doing to support the Green Line right now. And I think that if the opportunity presents itself within 90 days, I have trust in our administration that they will bring to us that information, and then we can make a decision at that point on how we want to proceed forward. But I am loath to give them more to do right now when there is an enormous amount of work in the wind down process. So I actually won't be supporting this.
Madam Clerk, you've got something?
Just missing that general consent on the last friendly to replace working group and administration and status update, please.
Okay, and I also noticed that Green Line has been separated into 2 words, as it should be. So general consent for the friendlies and the changes. Anyone opposed to them?
Thank you,
I'm
Mayor.
not seeing any. It seems that we're good with this. I'll weigh in on this one. I'm concerned that we've talked about keeping the politics out of this, and yet we want to invite ministries and council to be part of a working group. I would tell you that what I've heard from the province repeatedly is that they are focused for the next 4 months on getting a report from their consultant. They are only interested in spending the next few months getting that new alignment done. And so given that I've heard that directly from them, and I have not heard a whisper about wanting to have a collaborative working group, I can't support this. And within the next 90 days, I can't support this because I've heard from them directly that they're spending the next 90 days or more coming up with an alignment. I have asked the government of Alberta if they would entertain speaking with the Calgary Construction Association as well as members of industry, and they have said, we will do that after we have the alignment in hand. So from everything I have heard from the government of Alberta, I can't support this because that's not where they are. They are focused solely right now on getting a consultant's report. So unfortunately, I can't support this at this time. Let's go to Councillor McLean to close.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm going to obviously ask you to support this, but if you don't, that's fine. It's your prerogative. I'm not going to scold anybody or be outraged or be insulting. Everybody has different opinions. Since day one, there's lots of different things that have come out of this council that I've disagreed with. I could list them all. I wrote them down, but I'm not even going to go there. Lots of people on the outside disagree with those as well. So we can have a responsibility to council and to the administration, but my true responsibility is to the residents out there. And I would like to at least show them that we are still trying. That's all this really is. They're not going to be happy with this. They're not happy. Again, if you go through the whole list of policies, I think the polls will show which ones they agree with and which ones they don't. But this isn't going to hurt anything. It's just showing people that we still want to try, that we still want to make sure that we do have a Green Line replacement, that we'll call it then. So let's vote yes for this and see what happens.
All right, you're closed? Okay, e-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Walcott, your vote, please.
No.
Thank you. Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 8-7 with councillors Walcott, Penner, Demong, Putmans, Kura, Meehan, and myself voting against. Madam Clerk, I think we are at the time we were supposed to have a break 5 minutes ago. Councillor Penner has a procedural question too.
Yeah, I was just going to ask if you could call for general consent to finish item 9.3.1. I believe it should be quick before we go on our dinner break, and then we can resume when we return.
Anyone opposed to that?
And I'm not proposing shortening the dinner break. I would still say we would take our hour and 15.
Okay, I don't see anyone opposed to that, so we've got general consent to call the dinner break to the call of the chair. Is that how we do it, or postpone it?
Mayor Gondik, I would suggest general consent to complete item 9.3.1 prior to your dinner recess, and that it be modified to start following 9.3.1.
Okay, that's great. So we can just go straight to 9.1,
That's right.
right?
Please go ahead.
So we are on 9.3.1, which is the Green Line team's report. We've asked questions, we've engaged with the team enough. Can I get a mover for this, please? Councillor Spencer, can I get a seconder? Councillor Meehan? Yeah. Okay, so let's get Councillor Spencer to open on this.
Thank you again to the Green Line board and team for all of the work that you've done. It was thorough. You took time. You were patient with the many questions that you received again and again and again on the same lines of inquiry. Thank you for your due diligence, the expertise that you brought to this. I think Calgarians can be proud for what will live in perpetuity in the annals of history, in the documentation and all the due diligence that you did. So thanks again for all of your work. Happy to move.
Thank you. Just going to the queue here. Councillor Walcott, you've got an amendment, and then Councillor Meehan, are you getting yourself in the queue?
Yes, but let's see what Councillor Walcott brings.
Go ahead, Councillor Walcott.
Sorry about that. I just stepped out of line at security, but I am looking to, Clerks has my amendment. It's simply to make public a document that was made available on our July 30th meeting of council that demonstrated and showed what advocacy the Green Line board was doing and what information was being shared with a variety of MLAs as well as the current government. Working with the Green Line team, the document has been updated to take away any sensitive information, and everything that is left in this version that is to be made public at the end of this meeting is ready to be made public, a reflection of information that's already out there, but simply just for full transparency, because that is what we believe in. It is significant that we let the public know exactly what it is our government knew when they made the decision that they made. So with that, I'm open.
Okay, a seconder for this? Councillor Meehan, thank you. I am not seeing anyone in the queue for debate. Yes, Councillor Meehan.
Yeah, and I'll just clarify, because the amendment I was going to bring was the same one as Councillor Walcott, and I just wasn't sure if he was going to be able to get there, so I'm happy to second it. But like a page 4 of attachment 7 on July 30th outlines what the costs would have been to change the alignment. And I just want to make it crystal clear, because there are people who say that the government didn't know that this would be a very substantive cost to do this. They knew.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong.
Thank you. I'm not opposed to this, but I do ask a question for our clerks. Is it appropriate to release an attachment as listed here in report number EC whatever, even though it's called a revised? Wouldn't it be a brand new document?
I don't believe it's a brand new document, that the materials belong to administration and to the Green Line board. So I would turn it over to them to provide any advice. But we do have, as part of the corporate record, attachment 7, that document can be released, and if administration has anything to add, but this certainly would not be a brand new document because it is within the corporate record.
Well, the fact it was referred to as revised is, I guess, one question.
I'm sorry, I don't see the word revised.
Councillor Walcott indicated it was a revised version of this document.
What the motion reads is for administration to prepare and release confidential attachment 7. Attachment 7 was held confidential pursuant to a number of FOIP provisions. Apologies, I don't have those in front of me, but those FOIP provisions would need to be applied to the portions of that document that they remain relevant to. So to me, it's not a revision. It would be applying the FOIP provisions that continue to apply and releasing anything else that administration, is in the opinion of determining that it can be released. But I do not see a word revised in the motion that's before us.
I can weigh in on this one. When we had the discussion in closed session, there was a question about whether the report would need to be revised because there was compromising information in it. It was then understood that no, there is no compromising information in it and it can be released as is.
Thank you, then.
I don't see anybody else in the queue, so, yeah.
Sorry, I believe Ms. Tynan has something to say around some commercial sensitivities in that document.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify. There were items in that document that were commercially confidential because it spoke to future land requirements that would be required and an allocation. So what the version is that Councillor Walcott has is with that information pulled out of the document so that we don't compromise anything there. But other than that, the document is there and it's listed at the top of the document that commercially confidential information has been redacted.
So having said that, Clerk, is this correct version to say release confidential attachment or release revised confidential attachment?
Councillor Wong, there's no procedural bylaw rule for that. I suggest that you can consider inserting that as an amendment if you believe that that motion needs to be revised.
I would suggest a friendly to say revised in there. Thank you.
I'll ask the mover if he's okay with that friendly.
Sure.
Thank you. And there's no one else in the queue, so it's over to you to close.
Just
I'm
general
closed.
consent, please.
Oh, do we have general consent for that friendly change? Yeah, no one's opposed to that. Over to you to close now.
I'm closed.
Right, e-scribe to vote, everyone.
Councillor Walcott, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gonda, call the vote, sir.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. So we are back to the main as amended. And I don't see anybody else in the queue for any debate. So over to you, Councillor Spencer.
Closed.
E-scribe to vote, please. The main is before us.
Apologies, Mayor, we have to take that down to insert the word revised.
Okay. While you're doing that, Madam Clerk, do you have that revised version in eScribe?
Not at the moment, but as soon as we cast the vote, we'll be able to shift over to.
And I think Ms. Tynan needs to say something, or no? Okay, we're good? All right.
We've received the document from Ms. Tynan. We'll just need a minute to be able to execute the upload.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you for that.
It's ready, Mayor.
All right, eScribe to vote, please.
Councillor Walcott, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gonda, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 13 to 2 with Councillor Sharp and Chabot voting against. Madam Clerk, is there anything else on this item?
No, this concludes the item. I'm not aware of any motion arisings.
Okay. So there's no motions arising on this one, so the green line items have concluded. Thank you very much to the team for being with us today. Much appreciated. I know it's been a long day. We will take our break. We will be back here at 7:30, everyone.